Do you still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Fox 45 News demanding answers on communication flaws surrounding Sunday's mass shooting. We pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on why Safe Street workers did not communicate with police about possible threats.
Everybody that I talk to has stories about what Baltimore used to be like.
As violence continues to plague Baltimore City, we are looking at what could make a real difference, the current one-party rule in the city, and if a change in leadership could help.
Our temperatures are starting off mild once again, and we'll be heating up as we head toward the afternoon, breaking down those chances for rain coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Oh, it's 4:30 on a Friday morning, July 7th. I'm Tom Rogers, and we are excited to get into the weekend. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast, and again, it's kind of hot, humid, and then possible showers.
That's exactly right, Tom. You know, the only change really is going to be coming on Sunday when we'll see more cloud cover coming in, some more widespread showers and storms, and some cooler temperatures as well. But as we take a look outside early on your Friday morning, we can see that not much happening out there from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Few clouds kind of hanging around. Statewide, our temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 70s right now, so a lot of us are still mild to kick off your Friday. So a few afternoon storms will be with us for today. More rain on the way for the weekend, again later into the weekend. And then on your morning drive, we'll see those numbers that will be mainly in the mid to upper 70s. Here we go, low to mid 70s here on your morning commute, and overall staying dry. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and looking at the camera over Lockraven Boulevard here in the inner outer loops, you can see a little bit of headlights, but no issues to report around the Baltimore region. We begin this morning in a city in crisis. The ongoing question surrounding Sunday's mass shooting as police continue to search for anyone responsible, saying at least 2 shooters opened fire at the Brooklyn Day block party. 18-year-old Leah Gonzalez and, as you see here, 20-year-old Khalis Fagbami were both killed. 28 others injured. 2 victims still in the hospital this morning. Currently, and there is $28,000 reward offered for any information leading to an arrest. And Mayor Brandon Scott is doubling down on his stance. The Safe Streets program is effective, even after Safe Streets workers were at the Brooklyn Day event hours before the shooting, did not inform police of the large crowds and possible threats. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed the mayor on that.
You still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Well, I could say many things after this. When you have an event like this, right, we don't say that the U.S. military is ineffective because 9/11 happens. So when you say, you know, somebody decides to go and blow up a building, and then we say, well, we must get rid of all of our federal intelligence agencies because this happened. That's just an idiotic way of thinking.
Monzi will not say what time Safe Street workers were able to get to Brooklyn or when they left. They do say that an internal communication policy is being reviewed. Mackenzie also spoke with Public Safety Committee Chairman Mark Conway, who says that he recognizes Safe Streets needed to maintain their community credibility, but he wants answers.
That said, in an instance where we know that there are multiple guns at a 1,000-person event, it sort of begs the question, what can they do that reduces the risks to that event, you know, and doesn't put them in the line of ruining their credibility? And unfortunately, I think in this instance, we weren't fully prepared for it. And unfortunately, a lot of people paid the price for it.
Maryland's Senate Minority Leader, Senator Steve Hershey, says Marylanders want to see action instead of more condolences.
The immediate thoughts and prayers and the condolences and the heartfelt expressions that come out from our elected leaders, but nothing that comes out that says we are going to do something about this immediately.
Senator Hershey pointing to 2 pieces of legislation that could make an impact now. Repeat Violent Offenders Act, which would put repeat criminals behind bars, only passed the Senate twice and died in committee the other 2 times. A bill that would make possession of a stolen firearm a felony in Maryland, Hershey says never made it out of committee 4 years in a row.
There should be outrage from the community against their elected officials on why these types of bills are not moving forward. But the fact that we can't even get these bills a vote in the Judicial Proceedings Committee, It's telling us that people don't want to fix these problems. The governor very easily can say, I want to see these two pieces of legislation on my desk. He's got that type of power in the state of Maryland when he's got control of both the House and the Senate to be able to make that kind of statement. And that's what I'm looking forward to hearing from the governor.
Fox 45 News sent questions to Senate President Bill Ferguson if he supports a special session to address gun violence and what legislation he believes needs to be passed. We have not yet heard back. Well, Tuesday, we asked if you think Governor Wes Moore should call a special session to combat the violent crime. 93% of those who responded voted yes. A Wallet Hub survey at the end of May ranking Baltimore among the 10 worst cities in America to raise a family. And now last Sunday's mass shooting highlighting some of those safety concerns. Survey evaluated 182 cities with Baltimore ranking at 175 because of poor scores in health, safety, education, and family activities. Now we're taking a look at the role politics may play in those results. Baltimore City has been led by Democrats for decades. Some critics that we spoke with believe this could bring potential perils.
I can tell you it works both ways, whether it's a Republican or Democrat in office. When you have too many of one party, and particularly in a city like Baltimore, where it is solely controlled by Democrats, you have a situation where you don't have to be accountable to the public, to your constituents, to anybody really, because you can do whatever you want politically, and that's not a good place for constituents.
Does a particular political party really matter when it comes to the overall success or failure of a city?
I think that when it comes to which party is best as far as managing a city, it all depends on the makeup of the population in the area, because you have to get policies through. You could have a Republican mayor of Baltimore tomorrow, but you'll have a city council that'll fight him tooth and nail.
Today marks 1 year since the death of Timothy Reynolds. Baltimore police say he was shot and killed right near the Inner Harbor after a fight with the Squeegee Kid. 15-year-old Squeegee Kid is set to stand trial July 17th. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with how the city has handled the Squeegee Kid crisis in the last year and why some critics argue they have failed. Teen sentenced to life in prison. Why prosecutors say he and another student murdered their teacher. Another hot and muggy day ahead. Our Weather Authority team, though, tracking our next chance of rain and how it could impact your weekend. 4:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back on your Friday morning. Our weather authority forecast about 440. And yeah, there it is, Camden Yards. A week from tonight, the O's back in Baltimore after that shellacking of the Yankees up in Brooklyn or the Bronx last night, wherever it is. It's in New York. It doesn't matter. We beat the Yankees. Lower 70s here today for the next couple of hours. If you're out for a run or a jog, mild conditions. We'll track the hotter temperatures today and the better chance for storms as we head into the weekend coming up.
Making your headlines this morning, Iowa teenager will spend the rest of his life in prison for killing his teacher with the possibility of parole after 35 years. Willard Miller is the first of two teens sentenced in this murder. They both pleaded guilty. 66-year-old Spanish teacher Nahome Graber was beaten to death with a baseball bat in November of 2021. Miller and Jeremy Goodell, you just saw right there, were both 16 at the time. Prosecutors say they were angry with Graber over a bad grade. Goodell's sentencing is scheduled for August. Coming up after the break, National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crumb joining another lawsuit, the accusations the Chicago School Board faces. Plus, the 2024 presidential race, it's heating up. The candidates gaining more financial support and how others are leaving an impression. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Scott Thum, and this morning on the National Desk, we open the books on the White House staff budget, a new report following your tax dollars. It's the Waste of the Week segment this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:41 is the time now, and you're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local. That's right, 14-1 over the Yankees all morning. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crumb joining Chicago principals in a lawsuit against Chicago Public Schools, accusing the district of unfairly firing black principals. He says it has a direct impact on how children will perform in school.
And forever, we will speak up for black children. We will stand up for black children. And we will fight for our black children to be educated.
Chicago Public Schools says it does not comment on personnel issues. Crump is also part of a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools, accusing the school system of wasting taxpayer dollars and not providing an adequate education for city students. Lawsuit cites Project Baltimore investigations, exposing poor test scores, grade changing, and inflated enrollment in some city schools. You can find all of Project Baltimore's coverage on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. An inspiring story out of Colorado where a Denver skateboarder who is blind is making his way to a nationwide contest. John Barron, who has been skating for more than 25 years, had advanced to the quarterfinals of Tony Hawk's Skate Park Hero Contest. Grand prize, $10,000 and a skate session with Hawk himself. Competition raises money to build skate parks in underserved communities. Barron says his journey up until this point has not been an easy one.
I was born with a rod cone dystrophy. What that means is that I have less rods and cones in my eyes than everybody else was born with. Light perception, color perception, those things are really jacked up. You may be standing less than 10 feet away from me, but it's hard for me to recognize facial features.
Tony Hawk says the competition was created to promote inclusivity, creativity, community in the skating world. The winner of the championship will be announced later this month. A group of beagle puppies, they're celebrating their first birthday since being rescued from a breeding facility. Take a look at this. The puppies were saved last year from Cumberland, Virginia, and that's at a breeding facility. Homeward Trails Animal Rescue says the facility had been breeding beagles to be sold to labs for animal experimentation. Now the beagles are safe and reunited with, they're all celebrating their first birthdays here. Imagine that. You can see them running around playing and wearing their matching happy birthday bandanas, and they were all working on that cake too. Not bad, yeah. Well, yeah, good stuff. And if you are walking the dog, you want to get it done earlier than later.
Probably, yeah, because we're going to heat up again this afternoon, and then more of those pop-up storms. I didn't see a lot of action yesterday, just a kind of a few hit-and-miss storms, but other than that, that was it.
That's good. All right. Well, that's what you said. Difficult to predict when the rain and where the rain will fall because of it's always hot and humid.
It's July.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we are dealing with here. Now, the big change, Tom, is coming Sunday and Monday. So we are going to have kind of a shift in our weather pattern, at least a little bit. And we'll talk about that here in just a second. Right now, our Towson camera looking good. Mile 1 Auto Group cam, not much to get in your way here early on your Friday. Mid-70s. That's your current temperature in Towson. No wind to speak of. And notice that dew point still hanging out at 71 degrees. So lower 70s for your dew points here. And those dew points are going to stay in the 70s here over the next couple of days, which means we have the daytime temperatures in the 90s, so those feels like temperatures still in the mid to upper 90s. But look at that trend. Starting on Monday and Tuesday, we get some drier air. The dew point numbers come down, which means our feels like temperatures will be actually what the temperature will be early next week. So on your Rise and Shine cast over the next couple of hours, lower 70s is what we're talking about here as we get you through the middle of the morning. And in the 8 o'clock hour, the Bromo Seltzer Tower, the Arts District down there, 76 your temperature by 8 a.m. Still going to be warm by noon in the upper 80s. Yeah, lunch outdoors, sure, but watch for some of those showers and thunderstorms that will start popping up into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Checking those numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 80s and lower 90s. 89, this is the highest we get for our average high throughout the entire year. So July is typically the hottest month, and that's where we're going to hang out for that average high for the next couple of weeks, and then the average starts going back down. But we'll see those upper 80s and lower 90s. Not extreme temperatures. Again, very similar to what we've seen the last couple of days. Upper 80s here across Howard County as well as Anne Arundel counties. Those numbers staying in the upper 80s and lower 90s. And lower 90s for Baltimore down through D.C. as well. 92 in Richmond. 79 if you're heading down the ocean today, so not bad there at the beach. All right, here's our futures game. So we are seeing that pop-up shower activity after about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. As we head into about 5, 6 p.m. for happy hour, still a couple of pop-up showers left over. Early tomorrow morning, we start off dry, maybe some fog hanging around, and then tomorrow afternoon, more of the same. Sundays when things get different. That's when we have this stronger cold front front coming through, and that's going to keep us cloudy throughout most of the day, so our temperatures come down. Better chance for some more widespread showers and storms Sunday afternoon into the evening time. And then behind that cold front, that's when we'll get some of that drier air moving in and some slightly cooler temperatures. So a little bit of a change early next week. Here's that 7-day forecast. Lower 90s today and tomorrow, mid 80s on Sunday. That'll be the coolest day of the next 7. We're back to the upper 80s Monday, and then those lower 90s do return, but again, will be a little bit drier toward the first part of next week. Tom. Well, we got some traffic, right? That's what we're going to be doing. Taking a look out there, and yeah, we got. Is my mic still on? There it is. Yeah, Len Stoller Traffic Network, and overall very quiet conditions at this time. Not much happening out there. Obviously, it's early on your Friday morning. We'll get a check of mass transit and see what's going on with Mark Jones in a little bit. I believe there's some Bay Bridge closures too.
Yeah, that's the issue. If you're heading to the Eastern Shore this weekend, you can see some delays on the Bay Bridge. Eastbound span, it's closed until 5, but it's already open this morning, so they're a little ahead of schedules. You're taking a live look from the east traffic going there. It will be closed again tomorrow from 11 tomorrow night to 7 Saturday morning. MDOT is conducting routine maintenance work there. Speaking of MTA, we want to get a check of your mass transit on this Friday morning. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 401 operating with delays presently, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Out there on Light Rail Link on time service in both directions, and Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, our investigation into the Safe Streets program continues. We press Mayor Brandon Scott on the effectiveness of that program following Sunday's mass shooting. But first, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene voted out of the House Freedom Caucus, why members took the steps and what it could mean moving forward. 4:52 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 4:54 on this Friday morning, turning to your election 2024 coverage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign says it has raised more than $20 million in the span of just 6 weeks. Republican governor still lags behind former President Donald Trump in polling for the Republican nomination. Trump's campaign said this week he raised $35 million during the second quarter of the year. Other Republican presidential candidates have yet to release their fundraising numbers for the period between April 1st and June 30th. Now, they have until July 15th to submit their filings. In the meantime, former Vice President Mike Pence making his way on the campaign trail in Iowa. There, he held a fireside chat with locals from across the Ida County. The topics discussed included many of Pence's usual talking points, such as border security, Ukraine, veteran suicide rates. He also outlined his plan to make Social Security coverage only available to Americans 40 years and older. Pence has been traveling around Iowa for the past 3 days, and he hopes to appeal to voters there before the state's caucuses kick off next year.
It seems like Iowa has always played an outsized role in shaping our national leadership, but you also ground our national leadership back in the things that matter most to the American people, which to me is always faith, family, freedom, and the American dream.
Date for the Iowa Republican caucus still up in the air, but it could happen as early as January. The event often seen as an indicator of how a candidate will fare later on in the election. Making your headlines this morning, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has been voted out of the House Freedom Caucus. Maryland Congressman Andy Harris confirming the news, saying a vote was held after, quote, some of the things she's done. He later specified that it was due to her confrontation with fellow Republican Representative Lauren Boebert. Now, Greene referred to Boebert on the House floor using an expletive often used to refer to a female dog. You know what we're talking about. This marks the first time the Freedom Caucus has voted out a member from its ranks. It's unclear if the vote means that Greene is officially expelled. Turning now to the war in Ukraine, the Biden administration will move forward with providing Ukraine cluster munitions. That's according to the Associated Press. Now, the Pentagon would not confirm the military aid yesterday. It is said that an announcement will come today as part of another assistance package. The bombs are controversial. They break up in the air and then release smaller bombs down onto their target. They're meant to hit multiple targets at once, but cluster munitions are notorious for their fail rate, meaning live explosives are left behind, endangering civilians.
In the event that we do provide this capability, we would be carefully selecting rounds with low dud rates for which we have recent testing data, including as recently as 2020.
Ryder notes that Russia has been using cluster munitions on the battlefield with high dud rates. He says that cluster bombs bring anti-armor and anti-personnel capabilities into the fight. Two close encounters in the span of 24 hours. Air Force says Russian fighter jets harassing U.S. drones over Syria for a second day in a row.
So to suggest that somehow, this is our fault, it's ridiculous.
Military releasing video of the first close call Wednesday. Russian fighter jets flew dangerously close to the U.S. drones. You see it right here. You can see them set off flares, deploy parachutes, forcing the drones to take evasive actions. Pentagon's called it unprofessional, unsafe, and clearly meant to harass.
We have been in Syria for many years now fighting ISIS as part of an international coalition. That is no surprise to anyone. We have rules in place, that, well-established processes and procedures.
Well, these incidents reminiscent of an encounter in March. U.S. was forced to crash one of its drones in the Black Sea after a Russian fighter jet clipped the propeller during several aggressive maneuvers.
More questions and answers about how city agencies responded to the Brooklyn Day block party. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders for answers on what failed with their communication.
Questions also arise about the influx of money going towards the nonprofits that run safe streets. Just ahead, Fox 45 News pressing one city council member about if it's still okay.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Just about 5 o'clock on this Friday morning, July 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because I walked outside today. I don't know if this happened to you, Tom, but there was a sense of frizziness in my hair. Was there in yours?
I did not feel that this morning,
No.
but I think you have a little bit more hair than I do.
Ah,
yeah, we'll find out exactly if your hair got frizzy at all. Justin, your mic on?
Yeah, it's all frizzy. All of the hair is frizzy.
Yeah, his hair's frizzy too?
Yeah,
Frizzy Friday.
absolutely. Yeah, Frizzy Friday. There you go. I like
Friday.
that. Let's do it. Let's get a fribble or frizzle or whatever those things are called. All right, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam right now. We are seeing conditions that are not too bad right now. Definitely mild and muggy with those temperatures that continue to hang out in the 70s. And next few hours, that's going to be the same thing for our morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go with temperatures in the mid 70s over the next couple of hours. We'll top out in the lower 90s again today, drop to the mid 70s tonight, and right about 90 tomorrow. But we do have that chance for a couple of pop-up thunderstorms again for your Friday afternoon and evening. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here, and we do have one issue to report. It's not shown on this map just yet, but it is right on 795 in McDonough. We have a lot of emergency vehicles there now, and it's causing a slowdown northbound on 75. A vehicle fire, and it looks like there's at least 7 or 8 different flashing light vehicles there, so that's probably causing that slowdown. But they're saying just one vehicle involved, and this is at all southbound lanes are still open. Northbound lanes, though, 2 are closed northbound, so just one getting by right at McDonough Road.
Do you still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News demanding answers about the police response to Sunday's mass shooting, which ended up killing 2 and injuring 28 others.
We're told police found out about this block party just hours before the shooting even occurred.
Safe Street workers, though, were there at the block party, but then left and did not tell police.
Olivia Dance is joining us now with more details on the Safe Streets response and how city leaders are responding. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, next week, City Council is holding a hearing to get answers about why there was so little communication between police and the Safe Streets workers responding to the Brooklyn Day block party. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott is refusing to back down from his support of the Safe Streets program.
Do you still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Well, I could say many things after this. When you have an event like this, right, we don't say that the U.S. military is ineffective because 9/11 happens. So when you say, you know, somebody decides to go and blow up a building, and then we say, well, we must get rid of all of our federal intelligence agencies because this happened. That's just an idiotic way of thinking.
Now, Councilman Conway wants city agencies to explain what went terribly wrong on Sunday when the Brooklyn Day block party turned into a mass shooting. We're told policies are now under review after 4 Safe Streets workers broke up several conflicts during the block party. Councilman Conway says Safe Streets workers need to maintain their credibility in the community, and that can be a challenge if they're working with police.
That said, in an instance where we know that there are multiple guns at a 1,000-person event, it sort of begs the question, what can they do that reduces the risk to that event, you know, and doesn't put them in the line of ruining their credibility? There are ways that we could have explored.
And Councilman Conway says he originally wanted the hearing to be this week, but he says that he wants to make sure police are focused on finding the suspects responsible for the shooting. Of course, if you have any information, you're asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. In the meantime, Monzi just announcing $5.1 million in federal COVID relief money going to Catholic charities to run the Safe Streets program, and the same nonprofit running the Brooklyn Safe Streets site. That contract is good for 2 years. Last week, the same organization receiving $3.9 million to run Cherry Hill and Penn North Safe Street sites. $12 million was awarded to LifeBridges Center for Hope to run those other locations. Fox 45 News, Mackenzie Frost pressing Councilman Conway on that funding.
Is it appropriate to be handing out this much money to an organization that doesn't clearly have their organization in place?
I think that's an excellent question. I think I'd have to really begin to dig more into the full scale of what's going on with Safe Streets to answer that question more knowledgeably. They're not going to get everything right. I don't expect that, but I certainly expect them to be introspective and be changing and improving every time we realize that there's something to improve upon.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Safe Streets is an effective tool in curbing crime in Baltimore? So far, 96% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Now, the council has held a number of investigative hearings that did not get the results some would have hoped for. That includes a hearing on failing math scores that happened earlier this year. Project Baltimore found 23 schools where 0 students among those tested were proficient in math. The council spent more time asking about summer programs than how test scores would be improved. Next week's hearing won't be the first time Safe Streets has been under the council's microscope. They held their first hearing on Safe Streets last year, but spent most of their time arguing with then Director of Monzi, Shantae Jackson, about why council members were not told about a change in the program structure. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says this hearing has to be different.
Hopefully, it's not just a one-day hearing. You know, the problem is that we don't want the city council to grandstand next week. We want the city council to have real questions and demand real answers. There needs to be constant follow-up to all of these folks and to demand accountability.
Fox 45 News is going to continue to demand answers from city leaders about Sunday's shooting, and we'll keep you updated on next week's council hearing. You can find all of our original reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long, because coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be joining us live in studio to discuss his new citation docket.
From the Live Center this morning, a live look over New York City as Wall Street is bracing itself for what could be another wild ride this morning. We'll get government jobs reports at 8:30, which will give us the number of jobs added last month. We're also awaiting the new unemployment rate and information on wage growth. If this report comes in anywhere near what yesterday's private jobs report revealed, it will mean the labor market is still hot, way hotter than the Federal Reserve would like to see it, as works continues to bring down inflation. Now, in the first 5 months of this year, the U.S. added nearly 1.6 million jobs. And as of the end of May, there were around 9.8 million open positions across the country. Now, yesterday's job news sent jitters throughout Wall Street, with the Dow falling more than 366 points, 366. That's a loss of more than 1%. We're going to continue to follow the latest that comes out from that jobs report and unemployment here at the Live Center.
Everybody that I talk to has stories about what Baltimore used to be like.
Still ahead, as violence continues plaguing the city, we are looking at what could make a real difference. Look at the current one-party rule in the city and if change in leadership could help.
But first, law enforcement set to wrap its investigation into the cocaine found in the White House. Why this may end without answering one big question: who does it belong to?
Our temperatures are mild this morning. We're going to heat up again this afternoon with a better chance of a few more storms later today. Back with your full forecast coming up on Fox 45 Morning News Early Edition. 5:10 is your time right now. Weather Authority forecast, and overall, well, we're going to see more of the same as we head into the afternoon. Right now, our temperatures are hanging out in the 70s, and you can see the mild and muggy look out over the inner harbor, but we're quiet right now. We will see those showers and a few potential thunderstorms pick up later today. Low to mid and upper 70s across the region. Those numbers are definitely warm down through Annapolis and Stevensville, even the upper 70s right now. Yard and gardening cast, get that yard work done in the morning time or the evening, but Friday evening, who wants to be doing yard work? We want to be watching the O's and hanging out, right? Taking a look at those temperatures a little closer in detail and what we can expect for the rest of our weekend forecast in just a few.
Well, looking ahead this morning, we're taking you live to the White House, where next week the investigation into the cocaine that was found is expected to wrap up.
That's right. The bag of cocaine was found in a cubby near the ground floor entrance of the West Wing. Thursday, investigators began reviewing visitor logs and security footage. However, they hadn't yet received DNA or fingerprint analysis. The officials in the White House say it may be hard to find a suspect given the number of people who passed through that area.
Well, it's been 1 year since police say a Squeegee kid shot and killed Timothy Reynolds. We're examining the city's response in the aftermath and why some say the issue should have been handled years ago.
How Baltimore ranks in terms of public safety across the country. Why the lack of accountability from elected leaders could be holding Charm City back. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.514 on this Friday morning, and topping your consumer news, there's a new odd couple in town taking aim at big banks. Senators J.D. Vance and Elizabeth Warren reaching across the aisle to champion penalties for bank executives whose companies fail. They also are proposing bills that would make it difficult for giant money lenders to absorb smaller banks and rein in credit card fees. According to Politico, the two started to work together after they both criticized Silicon Valley Bank's management. The regional lender collapsed in March, marking one of its biggest bank failures in U.S. history. The U.S. job market remains resilient in the face of sharply higher interest rates. The Labor Department saying that employers posted 9.8 million job vacancies in May. It's down from 10.3 in April. Openings fell in healthcare, insurance, and finance, But there are more jobs in education and government. Layoffs dropped slightly. More people quit their jobs, which is a sign of confidence to find better pay and work elsewhere. Economists predicting a recession this year, but the consistency of the job market has raised doubts about a downturn. Can't buy a house and you need to rent? Well, guess what? You better get in line. You have plenty of competition. A report by Rent Cafe says some apartments may have as many as 8 applications waiting to rent that one unit. The number is down from about 11 to 13 applicants during the pandemic. Florida, it's the booming rental market. Rent Cafe says the hottest rental market is Miami, averaging 24 applications per apartment. Other hotspots include northern New Jersey, Brooklyn, New York, Southwest Florida, Broward County, Florida, and Omaha, Nebraska.
7 Republican attorney generals are taking aim at Target's Pride collection. In a letter sent to the company Wednesday, they claim it's violating child protection laws. They also claim the company is promoting gender and sexual identity to children. Now, Target hasn't commented on this letter, but it previously said it would continue to support the LGBTQ community. Several items in the collection were removed after drawing backlash. It's not exactly clear what response the Republicans are seeking from the retail giant. Is ice cream giant Ben & Jerry's next in line for the summer product boycotts? Well, some are calling for Ben & Jerry's freeze after the July 4th post from the company's Twitter account. Stated the U.S. exists on stolen indigenous land. They called for a commitment to return it. Now, parent company Unilever's stock dropped by 7.5% on Thursday, actually outperforming the index it trades on NASDAQ. There is no indication the tweet is related to this drop, though. This comes after Bud Light's market share has plummeted in reaction to boycotts over the company's promotional can featuring a transgender influencer.
Summertime in Maryland means getting together with friends, family, and enjoying some Maryland crabs or crab cake. But this one's no. Take a look at this. Not your traditional crab cake, literal cake that looks like a bushel of crabs. This is amazing. Sharon sent us these pictures of the cake that she made, including all the essentials, as you see, the crabs on top, of course, the corn on the cob, and you can't forget, on the left, the Old Bay. Man, really well done. I want to kind of see it sliced open, right? Yeah. Thank you, Sharon, for sending this in. I mean, don't you want to see it? It's like, is it chocolate cake? Is it, marbled? All right, we want to see what you're up to this summer. Just scan that QR code right there on your screen, and we'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Statewide.
You hope it doesn't taste like, crab or anything, but Old Bay, like with chocolate, people like that, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you tried it?
No, but didn't we have that thing with the stuff and the whatever, remember they were doing the thing with the Old Bay? I know they did Old Bay on the
goldfish. I like those.
Yeah, but
on a cake?
No, but I've heard Old Bay with chocolate. We did it sometime. You're just messing with me. That's what I thought.
The thing with the stuff, the thing.
Try that
actually, in here in our kitchen, we actually had Old Bay on top of dark chocolate.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hey, by the way,
it wasn't that bad, actually.
Today is Father-Daughter Take a Walk Day.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, so Tom, you should take a walk with your daughter.
Okay, thank you.
And I can walk my daughter because she's a dog. So I'm a dog dad. But it's what's that? What's that?
I didn't say anything.
Oh.
Taylor could take, she can grab her dad and they can go for a walk.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, we're here. I didn't have any coffee yesterday, and I still have not had any coffee today. I'm going to probably get on that pretty soon so I can kind of get things tuned in a little bit better. Our Towson camera, the point I was going with is that walks should be done in the morning. Oh, my gosh, I only have a minute left. Wow. Because it's going to be heating up today. Now, the current dew point of 70 degrees, that puts you in that soupy category. But here's the good news, my friends. Our dew point trend is going down in terms of our dew point temperature. So after Sunday's dew point in the 74-degree range, we're going to be in the mid to upper 60s. So drier air is coming in early next week. And we are going to see better chance of some showers, especially later into the weekend. Upper 70s, lower 80s through about 10 a.m., lower 90s on the way for the afternoon. And overall, if you're going to be jumping in the pool today, not a bad day to do that. Hang in the pool. Just know after about 2, 3 o'clock is when some of those showers and thunderstorms will start to develop. 89 is typically where we are this time of year. Upper 80s and lower 90s is what we're going to see across Central Maryland for your Friday. Lower 90s in D.C., 89 in Philly, 79 down the ocean today. If you are heading to the beach today or for the weekend, overall the temperature is not too bad. Upper 70s and lower 80s. We do have that chance, a better chance of some more thunderstorms, especially when we get to Sunday. So here comes that future scan showing us a couple of pop-up showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon today and into the evening tonight. We start off mainly dry tomorrow, maybe some patchy fog early Saturday, but Saturday afternoon, another round of pop-up showers and storms. More active on Sunday. That's when this cold front moves in, and that's going to bring us the chance for more of those widespread showers, thunderstorms, and cooler temperatures. But then that drier air is coming in behind that cold front early next week. So you can see your 7-day forecast. We keep 90s through Saturday, mid-80s on Sunday, then back to the upper 80s on Monday. We'll start heating up next week, but again, we'll have some drier air to deal with, or enjoy, I should say. All right. Folks not enjoying it on the roads right now. Tom, what's going on?
Now, the one issue that's out there on the roads around the Baltimore area and your Lens Solar Traffic Network, you're taking a live look right here, a vehicle fire, and this is right 795 northbound, right at McDonough Road. They just opened up 2 lanes. It was 1 lane before. But the weird part about this is earlier the camera was zoomed out a little bit. There's flashing lights underneath that overpass. And so we're not sure exactly where the vehicle fire is, if it's underneath the vehicle, is on fire below it or not. And you remember what happened in Philadelphia, much larger scale, but so we're still trying to figure out if they can pull that camera out, we'll be able to see where that vehicle fire is happening right now. Taking a look, though, from your mass transit, we have Mark Jones in the MTA, and it is a Friday morning, Mark.
It sure is. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn train 505 and Camden train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. On Metro Subway Link, though, we have a service disruption between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. They're in the process of putting shuttle buses in place to bridge the gap there. Do allow extra time in your travels on Metro Subway Link, as you will encounter, of course, delays there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way on time service from end to end on Light Rail Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Another fire damages a Baltimore playground. Still ahead, the investigation now if these fires could all be connected.
Today marks 1 year since a Squeegee kid shot and killed a driver at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. Coming up next, we're looking at the concerns that still remain about Squeegee kids. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Taking a look at the stories trending across the state, Wacomico County, the man found guilty of shooting and killing a sheriff's deputy will spend the rest of his life in prison. 22-year-old Austin Davidson sentenced to life without parole. He's convicted of shooting and killing Deputy First Class Glenn Hilliard last year. In court, the 22-year-old apologizing to Hilliard's widow and family before sentencing. A Fox 45 News investigation found Davidson was out on probation for a robbery in Baltimore City when the murder occurred. Experts have questioned why he was let back out on the streets.
In Waldorf, a 20-year-old man has died after a firework accident late Wednesday night. Police say they got a call about a person injured from a firework around 9 p.m. They learned a group of friends were setting off fireworks behind a home when one of those fireworks went off inside a mortar tube, hitting him in the chest and in the hand. He was taken to the hospital, but he later died from his burns. In Baltimore, police are releasing video of a person of interest following a deadly stabbing in West Baltimore on July 4th. Now, this man is seen shopping at a local convenience store. The store is not affiliated with this incident, but they say a 53-year-old man was killed in the stabbing along McHenry Street. Anyone with information is asked to call Baltimore police. Also in Baltimore, police are still investigating what caused this playground fire in South Baltimore. It warped metal and plastic, all that is left after that playground caught fire on Wednesday along Cardiff Avenue. Citizens' video shows that playground just going up in flames. It is the third playground fire in recent weeks. Still ahead on the early edition, another hot and muggy day to end your work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know just how high those temperatures are slated to get.
Plus, it has been 1 year since the death of Timothy Reynolds. Following an interaction with the Squeegee Kid, a look at the measures put in place for Squeegee Kids and why critics argue they have not worked. 5:27, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you on this July 7th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a Friday morning, and it looks like the Orioles have split the series with the Yankees, and they destroyed them last night. It was over by the, fourth inning?
Yeah.
12-0 at that point?
I mean, it was amazing. 14-1 was the final, right? Yeah, so now they go to Minnesota. They got 3 games there. Then it's the All-Star break, and we got the All-Star game here on Fox 45.
And they come back here.
On Tuesday night. Yeah, a week from today, back here at home. So we'll be talking about that. All right, coffee is in, so we'll see how that goes over the next couple of hours for me as we take a look outside. Hopefully you enjoyed your cup of coffee, maybe an iced beverage here this morning because it is mild and muggy. Looking out over the top of the Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam right there. A few clouds kind of hanging out on the eastern shore, but right now, not too bad. And look at these temperatures, low to mid-70s for Cockeysville and Towson to Baltimore City at 75. 75 Woodlawn, 71 your temp in Owings Mills. So morning commute, mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours, taking you outside. Overall, not too bad. Nothing really to get in your way in terms of weather for your morning drive. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
They didn't come up with a Squeegee collaborative to change policy about Squeegee kids until someone actually got killed.
Today marking 1 year since driver Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed in a downtown intersection by a former Squeegee kid who is preparing to stand trial.
Now, since then, the city has implemented its Squeegee collaborative plan at major city intersections throughout Baltimore.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a look into what some are calling a reactive approach to crime rather than a proactive approach. Olivia?
Yeah, drivers have complained for years to city leaders about the concerns with Squeegee kids. And as you mentioned, today marks 1 year since Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed by a Squeegee kid right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. It took a crisis before the city actually took some action. City Hall created a Squeegee collaborative, which recommended solutions that were adopted earlier this year and banned Squeegee kids from high traffic intersections. And while the Squeegee numbers may have dwindled, the hustle is still on, as video from this week shows Squeegee kids in the no Squeegee zones. Motorists have complained for years about the Squeegee kids demanding money. There have been shattered windows, drivers attacked, and demands that City Hall take action. Critics also accuse City Hall of being slow to address other acts of juvenile violence. It wasn't until 2 teenagers were shot at the Inner Harbor this spring that the mayor demanded enforcement of the city's youth curfew. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says he's surprised by how long it's taken the city to enact these new policies.
And until there's a crisis, politicians don't feel the need to act. And when you have a city in which one party so dominates, that is typical. Because there doesn't appear to be any threat to their holding office as long as they eventually act.
And the 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing Reynolds is set to stand trial on July 17th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Now, Baltimore leaders touted the summer curfew plan as a way to limit youth crime. But 6 weeks in, we're learning the city is scaling back its enforcement. Now, critics say it might be time for a complete overhaul.
There needs to be a real practical assessment about what young people in Baltimore City need, the direction that they need. And if there are those missing parents or those missing guardians, then figuring out where the juvenile system is failing, where we can help, where the school system can help, but also keeping in mind that, you know, the mayor is in charge of keeping the public peace.
Now, we know of one of the city's 2 connection centers has now closed for good. The second center has been drastically cutting its hours. It closed at 11 p.m. this past Friday, which is the curfew start time for teenagers 14 to 16 years old.
In the midst of the ongoing violence in Sunday's mass shooting, Maryland Senate Minority Leader Senator Steve Hershey says Marylanders want to see action instead of more condolences.
The immediate thoughts and prayers and the condolences and the heartfelt expressions that come out from our elected leaders, but nothing that comes out that says we are going to do something about this immediately.
Senator Hershey pointing to 2 pieces of legislation that could make an impact now. Repeat Violent Offenders Act, which would put repeat criminals behind bars, only passed the Senate twice and died in committee in the 2 other times, and a bill that would make possession of a stolen firearm a felony in Maryland. Hershey says that never made it out of committee 4 years in a row.
There should be outrage from the community against their elected officials on why these types of bills are not moving forward. But the fact that we can't even get these bills a vote in the Judicial Proceedings Committee, is telling us that people don't want to fix these problems. The governor very easily can say, I want to see these two pieces of legislation on my desk. He's got that type of power in the state of Maryland when he's got control of both the House and the Senate to be able to make that kind of statement. And that's what I'm looking forward to hearing from the governor.
Fox 45 News sending questions to Senate President Bill Ferguson if he supports a special session to address gun violence and what legislation he believes needs to be passed. We have not yet heard back.
A Wallet Hub survey at the end of May ranks Baltimore among the 10 worst cities in America to raise a family. And now last Sunday's mass shooting is highlighting some of those very safety concerns. The survey evaluated 182 cities, with Baltimore ranking at 175 because of poor scores, health and safety, as well as education, along with the allotment of family activities. We're now taking a look at the role politics play in those results. Baltimore City has been led by Democrats for decades. Some critics we spoke with believe this could bring potential perils.
I can tell you it works both ways, whether it's a Republican or Democrat in office. When you have too many of one party, and particularly in a city like Baltimore, where it is solely controlled by Democrats, you have a situation where you don't have to be accountable to the public, to your constituents, to anybody really, because you can do whatever you want politically, and that's not a good place for constituents.
But does a particular political party really matter when it comes to the overall success or failure of a city?
I think that when it comes to which party is best as far as managing a city, it all depends on the makeup of the population in the area, because you have to get policies through. You could have a Republican mayor of Baltimore tomorrow, but you'll have a city council that'll fight him tooth and nail.
5:37 on this Friday from the Live Center this morning. Live look over the White House here, where the Biden administration is set to announce a new weapons package for Ukraine today. It will include controversial cluster munitions. However, the Pentagon will provide rounds with lower dud rates, which is expected to cut down on unattended civilian casualties. The new military aid package is worth up to $800 million. Also expected to include Bradley and Stryker armored vehicles, rockets, and an array of ammunitions. Meanwhile, the death toll now up to 6 in Ukraine city of Lviv. That's after Russian attacked the neighborhood Thursday. This morning, rescuers still searching through the rubble for any possible survivors. City's mayor announcing all bomb shelters in the city will be open 24 hours for the foreseeable future. Russia and Ukraine also announcing a prisoner swap Thursday, 47th since the start of the war. Each side returning 45 soldiers and civilians. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Do you still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Fox 45 demanding answers on the communication lapse surrounding Sunday's mass shooting. We pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on why Safe Streets workers did not communicate with Monty about possible threats.
Mark Zuckerberg's released his Twitter rival just 2 days ago, and already some users are finding themselves unable to delete their accounts, while you might have some trouble getting Threads off your phone.
Plus, we are starting off Friday with some sunshine, but could that change? Our Weather Authority team is tracking our next chance of rain and how it'll impact your weekend plans. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, already want to delete your Thread accounts? Well, it may be a little harder than you think.
Meta's new app to rival Twitter has gained more than 30 million users in its first day. That's according to CEO Mark Zuckerberg. Threads allows users to link their existing Instagram accounts right to the app. But that means those who want to delete it will lose both accounts. Instagram says that users can deactivate their Thread account or remove individual posts without deleting their Instagram account. The company also says it is looking into allowing users to delete their Threads account separately from Instagram. Still ahead on the early edition, some road closures you may want to be aware of this weekend when you'll want to avoid the Bay Bridge.
But first, Swifties around the world are in their feels this morning. Reaction from fans over the release of Speak Now, Taylor's version. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen faces a difficult task while in China, balancing competition and cooperation.
In fact, taking you live to China and Washington, D.C., as she is meeting with top Chinese officials about issues that impact both countries' economy and national security. National correspondent Christine Frizzell now with the latest.
In Beijing, a delicate dance with two partners still struggling to try to find the beat. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the second top U.S. official to visit China in the last month, following Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visit, part of a mission to find common ground. But it comes as a back-and-forth battle over technology and trade looms large. China just announcing export controls on gallium and germanium, two metals used to make semiconductors needed for military technology, cars, and mobile phones.
One of the Chinese favorite things to do is to signal their control, both internally and externally to the world, and to remind everyone that they're one of the major sources of those metals in particular.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill have been warning for years of the threat of that reality.
Unfortunately, many of these chips are now being made in China. Many of them are being made in Taiwan. This is an issue of national security and significance.
The U.S. has also been cracking down on China, limiting its access to technology. The tariffs on Chinese goods put into place by former President Trump still in effect, to the detriment, some experts argue, of both sides.
We hear a whole bunch of things about how, well, if the Chinese do X, we should do Y. The thing to always remember in trade is that you don't make a trade. You don't buy or sell something unless you expect to benefit from the transaction.
A transaction overshadowed by China's holding of U.S. debt, a number now believed to be about $870 billion. With all these realities in place, the White House has been downplaying the visit and what might come of it. The simple act of communication between the two countries, apparently the goal, with few concrete actions expected. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
When it comes to gang violence in Haiti, the Secretary General of the United Nations is sounding the alarm. Antonio Guterres is now urging the UN Security Council to deploy a multinational force to help defeat and dismantle gangs. After visiting the Caribbean nation over the weekend, he made his plea yesterday. Guterres has described the conditions as he experienced there as, quote, beyond appalling.
Brutal gangs have a strange hold on the people of Haiti. Port-au-Prince is encircled by armed groups that are blocking roads, controlling access to food and health care, and undermining humanitarian support.
Guterres has been calling for an outside force since last year. However, no country has stepped up to lead one. The gangs in Haiti have grown in power following the 2021 assassination of the country's president.
Developing this morning, an investigation into a massive deadly cargo ship fire in New Jersey. 2 firefighters died, 5 others were injured. Now, officials say the blaze broke out while the vessel was docked at a port in Newark Wednesday night. Firefighters from New Jersey and New York all responded. The mayor of Newark spoke on this incident Thursday.
I sat there and watched firefighters come out of a fire, take all of their things off. And complete exhaustion from the point of passing out, then putting the stuff back on minutes later and getting in line to go back in again.
Now, the Essex County Prosecutor's Office and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives are conducting an investigation into what caused the fire. The National Transportation Safety Board is also looking into this incident.
In New York, dozens of people were recovering this morning after a double-decker bus collides with a public transit bus right in Manhattan. Fire officials say this Top View in New York City tour bus crashed into the MTA bus around 7 last night. You see the one getting pulled away from the other. Witnesses say the tour bus ran a red light, T-boned the MTA bus. 71 people were injured, 36 were taken to the hospital. It appears both of the buses were full of passengers. The New York Fire Department says none of the injuries are life-threatening.
Whoever in charge of the police force dropped the ball and they're making excuses, and I'm not buying it.
More questions than answers about how city agencies responded to the Brooklyn Day block party. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders on what failed with their communication.
Today marks 1 year since
A Squeegee kid shot and killed driver Timothy Reynolds. Topping our next half hour, what changed in the year since, the regulations now in place.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Friday morning, July 7th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get a check of our forecast because it's already kind of muggy out there when I stepped outside.
Yeah, it seems like there's it's like a repeat pattern.
Yeah.
Same as yesterday, same as the day before. Will it be the same tomorrow? Let's find out.
We don't know.
Meteorologist. You all right? You good?
Yeah.
Still putting himself together.
Well, the microphone there's gremlins in the studio. So the whole thing with this is like we say carbon copy, but that's like she probably doesn't know what carbon copy means because carbon copy was something from old people like Tom and me.
Yeah, like no.
You don't remember that?
Okay, carbon copy.
Yeah.
With the
that was the advanced one. Remember the drum? You crank them all the way out?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Carbon copy. Yeah. So okay. Kids, Control-C, Control-V. Do you understand that? Okay, cut and paste. There you go. I got cut and paste. We can do that. Here's our live cam in downtown Baltimore. Hopefully we can get a new microphone because this one keeps breaking, so I apologize for that. But looking at our sun that is coming up right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Weather story, a mild Friday morning where we're tracking a few afternoon storms today and then more rain on the way for the weekend. We're actually going to have a little bit of a shift in our weather pattern. We won't have that cut and paste forecast by the time we get into Sunday. But Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive. Numbers in the mid-70s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast on your Friday coming up in a few. How are we looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Roads look good, but check out the fog right here that we have to show you in this shot. Yeah, it's coming in. It's patchy fog, and that has really just intensified over the last hour or two, and this is from your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. We're taking a live look right here at Lock Raven Boulevard, 695's inner and outer loop, and you can see the fog.
Is it appropriate to be handing out this much money to an organization that doesn't clearly have their organization in place?
I think that's an excellent question. I think I'd have to really begin to dig more into the full scale of what's going on with Safe Streets to answer that question more knowledgeably.
This morning, Fox 45 News is searching for accountability and pressing city leaders for answers following Sunday's mass shooting.
Now, the Baltimore Police Department's response is what's in question today.
That's right. We're told that police found out about the block party just hours before the shooting, which killed 2 people and injured 28 others.
Safe Streets workers were there at that block party, but left and did not tell police. Olivia Dance is joining us live right now with more details on the Safe Streets response and how city leaders are responding. Olivia?
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, next week City Council is holding a hearing to get answers about why there was so little communication between police and the Safe Streets workers responding to the Brooklyn Day block party. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott is refusing to back down from his support of the Safe Streets program.
You still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Well, I could say many things after this. When you have an event like this, right, we don't say that the U.S. military is ineffective because 9/11 happens. So when you say, somebody decides to go and blow up a building, and then we say, well, we must get rid of all of our federal intelligence agencies because this happened. That's just an idiotic way of thinking.
Councilman Conway wants city agencies to explain what went terribly wrong on Sunday when the Brooklyn Day block party turned into a mass shooting. We're told policies are now under review after 4 Safe Streets workers broke up several conflicts during the block party. Councilman Conway says Safe Streets workers need to maintain their credibility in the community, and that can be a challenge if they're working with police.
That said, in an instance where we know that there are multiple guns at a 1,000-person event, it sort of begs the question, what can they do that reduces the risks to that event, and doesn't put them in the line of ruining their credibility? There are ways that we could have explored.
Councilman Conway said he originally wanted the hearing to be this week, but he says he wants to make sure that police are focused on finding the suspects responsible for the mass shooting. Of course, if you have any information, you're asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Our question of the day: do you believe safe streets is an effective tool in curbing the crime in Baltimore? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 96% of voters have responded no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Here in Maryland, Democrats have a supermajority at the state level. Now, during this past legislative session, Republican lawmakers were unable to pass a number of proposed crime bills. This includes the Violent Firearms Offender Act, which would create tougher penalties for violent repeat offenders. Plus, no bail for repeat offenders, Violent Offenders Act as well as the Gun Theft Felony Act.
Now, despite these gun laws not being passed, Mayor Brandon Scott says Maryland already has some of the toughest laws in America.
You're talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitments of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
I think, frankly, people are tired of the finger pointing in the politics when nothing happens.
Well, but Governor Wes Moore says homicide rates have doubled in Maryland over the past 8 years. Critics argue he should be focusing on fixing the issue in his own state.
This isn't a Washington, D.C. problem. This is a Maryland problem.
I think it's smart for the governor. I think it's bad governing. I think to make people think that there is progress being made when there's not much evidence of progress being made, I think is misleading people.
Now, when it comes to special sessions, they're commonly being held throughout the country.
In the past year, 30 states have held a special or extraordinary session covering a wide range of topics. Pennsylvania, lawmakers extended the statute of limitations on sexual assault cases. In Washington, a special session tackled stronger penalties for illegal drug possession.
Now in Idaho, the largest tax cut in history was approved, along with more funding for education. Then there's South Carolina, where lawmakers are criminalizing fentanyl. And all of this as Maryland's capital remains closed for the summer.
They just don't want their summer vacation interrupted. That's what it comes down to, because there are things and actions they could consider taking on a variety of things.
Tuesday, we asked if you think Governor Wes Moore should call a special session to combat the violent crime. 93% of people who responded voted yes.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long. Coming up at 7 o'clock, Baltimore City State Attorney Ivan Bates is going to join us here live in studio to discuss his new citation docket.
New study showing that Baltimore is among the worst cities in America to raise a family. In our next half hour, how Sunday's mass shooting is highlighting some of those safety concerns.
This morning, we are looking to Washington, D.C. as a new jobs report is expected to drop at 8:30. After the break, how yesterday's private jobs report is giving us some insight as to what we can expect today.
Patchy fog developing for some as we get out for your Friday morning. You can see this is right here in Towson, so just be aware as you head out. We'll break down what we can expect later today and the chance for more storms. Stay with us, won't you?
We'll take a look at this. Some crazy aerial footage from Arizona showing multiple fires burning, ultimately shutting down and 60 in both directions for multiple miles. Look at that drop right there. It's incredible. Yeah, this is happening about an hour and a half west of Phoenix. The Arizona Department of Transportation is yet to give a timeline on when they say the highway will reopen. Officials say 6 fires involved, with all but one, known as the Flying V fire, being mostly contained. As of last night, the Flying V fire has spread to more than 750 acres.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Wild weather throughout the country. Here, we're seeing some hot temperatures.
Yeah, we are. Temperatures have been in the 90s pretty much the entire month of July, except for the very first day. And we're going to continue that trend for the afternoon. Not extremely hot, very July average type weather that we see this time of year. That sun is now up here in Towson, but we are seeing some patchy fog again this morning. And this is all with that leftover moisture. We had a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. When we have dew points in the 70s, which is basically where they've hung out for the last few days, that's what we typically see. 74, your current temperature. It's not bad outside right now, but you can see that current dew point kind of in that soupy category at 70 degrees right there on the number. Here's the good news with the dew point trend. Those dew points stay in the 70s through Sunday, but notice on Monday and Tuesday, dew point temps come down to the 60s, and that means drier air is moving in. So we're going to break this kind of weather pattern that we've been stuck in for the last few days. And even though our dew point temps on Sunday get to 74, our air temperature is going to be cooler, so we're only going to be feeling like about 90 degrees. But it's still going to feel like the mid to upper 90s for the afternoon. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, mid to upper 70s is what we're talking about on your jogging cast. Hank the Bird, yeah, there he is. Our upper 70s here for the 9 o'clock hour, with lower 80s and even mid to upper 80s for a lot of you into the noon hour as Hank and his feathered friends flapping around here a little bit for today. This is a look at our hourly future scan in terms of our thunderstorm coverage. Now, 10 o'clock this morning, we're staying nice and dry. And even as we take you into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, not a lot of those green blobs popping up. Hard to pinpoint exactly where those storms fire. But again, we'll see those towering cumulus clouds like we've seen the last few days and building into the potential for some thunderstorms. And there's still plenty of moisture in the atmosphere. So if we do get a couple of storms for us, even on the eastern shore, that 5 and 6 o'clock hour tonight, we could see some heavy downpours there as well. And then as we head into the weekend, that's when things change up, especially as we get into Sunday. The average high of 89 degrees, that is as hot as we get for the average, kind of the top of the hill before we start going back down. And that's typically what we see in July, which is the hottest month of the year. So upper 80s and lower 90s for most of central Maryland today, up and down the 95 corridor, 89 in Philly, with lower 90s for Baltimore down through D.C., upper 70s down the ocean. And if you're looking at the down the ocean cast next couple of days, really not too bad at the beach. 75 for that water temperature. But again, those showers and storms affecting folks on the beaches on Sunday as well. So your 7-day forecast, the isolated thunderstorms today and tomorrow, more widespread on Sunday, even though we get cooler, only mid 80s with a lot of cloud cover around on Sunday. And then notice the drier air, even though we warm up next week, we'll definitely have that lack of humidity. It will feel a little bit nicer into Monday and Tuesday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at 617 at your Lens Solar Traffic Network as the fog continues to creep across the inner and outer loops here right at Loch Raven Boulevard. Remember, Cromwell Bridge Road northbound is still closed because of the water main break that happened there. Also, we want to get a check on your mass transit. We know a lot of you are waiting now in the Reisterstown subway station because of a possible fire that's going on in the subway. Let's find out exactly what's going on there. We have MDOT Mark Jones on the line with us now. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Yes, there is a fire that's causing mechanical issues, and it's resulted in a service disruption between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Shuttle buses are in place providing service, so do allow extra time for travel out there on Metro Subway Link, as you will incur delays. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues. Looking good from end to end there. Mark train showing Penn Train 511 with a delay along with Camden 845, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. Allow time in your travels there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Oh, thank you, Mark.
All right, so cocaine just discovered in the most secure building in America, the White House. Political commentator Armstrong William joining us live to weigh in. How did this cocaine get in the White House?
Well, good morning to you. Well, the story has changed, that it was not necessarily found through the entrance of the West Wing, but a cubby, a visitor center. but if you've ever been a visit to the White House, the executive branch, old executive office building on State and 17th, that's where the staff of the president and the old executive office building enters, and two visitors enter into another entrance. But the thing that is we should not be lost on us here is that the White House is still a very sacred place, a place Taylor deserving of honor and respect. And when we begin to continue to peel back that onion, where even the most secure, think about this, that someone could actually go through a security check and bring contrabands into the White House. When that can happen, and I don't know any situation ever before where this has happened in the White House, but it's just absolutely shocking, and it continues to dumb down our institutions. Now, the Secret Service have said they have the bag of cocaine, and they're now referring to it as a bag. They're doing forensics, but they don't believe they will ever be able to identify the actual person who brought the cocaine into the White House because of so many people that come in and out, but we shall see. But I want to tell you an interesting story. Let me tell you this interesting story, Taylor. I know you won't ask me, but this is important. I remember in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol when they used to have sniffing dogs sniffing the White House when there was this issue of drugs and contrabands. And what a source told me in Capitol Hill Police is that the reason why they stopped with the sniffing dogs is because what the sniffing dogs would do is go and sit by members of Congress and not leave. What they realized that what the dogs were sniffing were members of Congress, and so they dismantling the whole process. So don't be shocked if some of our highest level employees and executives, including members of Congress, are not just like everyday citizens. They have habits, they look normal, but they're just like everybody else. So when you think about the U.S. Capitol story and the Capitol itself and what happened at the White House, you're just dealing with human beings who deal with all kinds of issues. And when you think about it on that level, it's very possible that something like this can happen and happen again. And it's happened in the past, but it was never disclosed.
All right. Well, that investigation wraps up on Monday. They say it was in a high traffic area, so maybe it isn't someone as high up as we think, but we'll have to wait and see what investigators find when they wrap that investigation on Monday. Thank you so much, Armstrong Williams.
Thank you, Taylor.
UPS is not in the clear yet as a possible strike looms closer. Still to come, why negotiations have been on pause as the July 31st deadline creeps up closer.
1 year after a Squeegee kid kills a driver, he still awaits his trial. The rules and regulations this tragic incident prompted. 6:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:24 on this Friday morning, topping your consumer news. UPS strike may be getting closer as the talks between the two sides continue to stall.
Well, since UPS rejected the union's offer on Wednesday, the delivery company and Teamsters National Negotiating Committee have yet to resume those talks.
And both sides have accused the other of walking away from negotiations. Teamsters says the company's part-time workers are being paid close to minimum wage, which puts them at risk of being exploited. Current contract expires July 31st, as workers have already authorized a strike.
Elsewhere, ice cream giant Ben & Jerry's is next in line of the summer products to boycott. Well, some are calling for Ben & Jerry's freeze after a July 4th post from the company's Twitter account stated the U.S. exists on stolen indigenous land, calling for a commitment to return it. Although there is no indication the tweet is related to the parent company's recent stock trends, it saw a 7% drop just yesterday, which actually outperforms the index it trades on NASDAQ.
When it comes to companies selling THC edibles, the federal government cracking down on products that, as you can see, look like popular snack foods. FDA and FTC sent warning letters to 6 companies that sell products containing Delta 8 THC in their packaging that looks a lot like Doritos, Jolly Ranchers, and more. The agency says children, even some adults, could mistake the THC products for the real thing. They're arguing that marketing is reckless and illegal, and that the products pose a healthy and safety risk for children. Maryland legalized recreational marijuana Saturday, and you can find everything you need to know about it, including edibles, in the buyer's guide on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, today, we're continuing to feel that heat, but some storms, they're possible later on this afternoon.
From the morning to the night, Weather Authority team of meteorologists tracking how the storms will hold up heading into your weekend plans. 6:26, live look from the White House this morning, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6:30 here, it is Friday, July 7th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and there's some fog that we've been showing you this morning that's popping up in just really kind of slow locations here, a little bit lower, and that looks a little bit more widespread. Yeah, great start to your Friday morning. But with that means it's trapping in some moisture and some heat. Yay! Let's find out exactly how much is trapped there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Well, guys, I just went outside to do my Superman walk. It actually feels very nice outside right now. I mean, yeah, it's a little muggy and temps are in the 70s, but it's not bad. This is the time of the day to get outside because it is going to heat up later this afternoon. As we take you to another shot here from the top of the Transamerica building, that sun that is up and shining brightly like a diamond out there. We're seeing 60s in western Maryland and low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Chestertown on the eastern shore, 74 Baltimore City, 71 in Laurel, and 77 for you in Annapolis. So your morning drive, mid to upper 70s over the next couple of hours. Again, you may run into some patchy fog at times over the next few hours. And on your snowball cast, we'll keep those lower 90s today and tomorrow. Notice on Sunday that temperature in the mid 80s, but more showers and storms comes with those cooler temperatures. We'll break it down for you hour by hour. My future scan coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
They didn't come up with a Squeegee collaborative to change policy about Squeegee kids until someone actually got killed.
Today, frustration continues 1 year after a Squeegee kid shot and killed driver Timothy Reynolds at a downtown intersection. Suspect now preparing to stand trial.
Now, since then, the city has implemented its Squeegee collaborative plan at major intersections throughout Baltimore City. But there are still lingering questions over why something wasn't done sooner.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with a look into what some are calling reactive approach to a crime rather than a proactive approach. Olivia?
Well, for years, drivers have complained about their concerns with a Squeegee kid. And as you mentioned, today marks 1 year since Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed by a Squeegee kid right here at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. It took a crisis before the city actually took some action. City Hall created a Squeegee collaborative, which recommended solutions that were adopted earlier this year and banned Squeegee kids from high-traffic intersections. And while the Squeegee numbers may have dwindled, the hustle is still on, as video from this week shows Squeegee kids in the no Squeegee zones. Motorists have complained for years about the Squeegee kids demanding money. There have been shattered windows, drivers attacked, and demands that City Hall take action. Critics also accuse City Hall of being slow to address other acts of juvenile violence. It wasn't until 2 teenagers were shot at the Inner Harbor this spring that the mayor demanded enforcement of the city's youth curfew. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says he's surprised by how long it's taken the city to enact these policies.
Until there's a crisis, politicians don't feel the need to act. And when you have a city in which one party so dominates, that is typical, because there doesn't appear to be any threat to their holding office as long as they eventually act.
Now, the 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing Reynolds is set to stand trial on July 17th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And as a way to limit youth crime, Baltimore leaders touted the summer curfew plan, but now 6 weeks in, and we're learning the city is scaling back its enforcement. Critics say it might be time for a complete overhaul.
There needs to be a real practical assessment about what young people in Baltimore City need, the direction that they need. And if there are those missing parents or those missing guardians, then figuring out where the juvenile system is failing, where we can help, where the school system can help, but also keeping in mind that, you know, the mayor is in charge of keeping the public peace.
We know one of the city's 2 connection centers closed for good. The second center has been drastically cutting its hours. In fact, it closed at 11 this past Friday night, which is the curfew start time for teens ages 14 to 16.
Now, do you think drones could help BPD when it comes to crime? Well, the department wants to hear from you. The public comment period on BPD's proposal to use drones to investigate crime scenes and aid in active shooter call, barricades, and hostage situations, it's just opened. The Department of Justice and Federal Consent Decree monitoring team is going to help outline this policy. To share your feedback with BPD, just fill out this form online. You can find a link to it on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Now, the public comment period only runs for 30 days.
A Wallet Hub survey at the end of May ranking Baltimore among the 10 worst cities in America to raise a family. And now last Sunday's mass shooting is highlighting some of those safety concerns. The survey evaluated 182 cities with Baltimore ranking at 175 because of poor scores in health, safety, education, and family activities. Now we're taking a look at the role politics may play in those results. Baltimore City has been led by Democrats for decades. Some critics that we spoke with say this could bring potential perils.
I can tell you it works both ways, whether it's a Republican or Democrat in office. When you have too many of one party, and particularly in a city like Baltimore, where it is solely controlled by Democrats, you have a situation where you don't have to be accountable to the public, to your constituents, to anybody really, because you can do whatever you want politically, and that's not a good place for constituents.
But does a particular political party really matter when it comes to overall success or failure of a city?
I think that when it comes to which party is best as far as managing a city, it all depends on the makeup of the population in the area, because you have to get policies through. You could have a Republican mayor of Baltimore tomorrow, but you'll have a city council that'll fight him tooth and nail.
Today, the White House expected to announce a new weapons package for Ukraine. After the break, what it will likely include as the death toll continues to rise in Kyiv.
On Today, we are muggy and hot yet again. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when storms could move into our region. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Why did the loggerhead cross the sand in daylight? This turtle was first spotted coming on shore to lay her eggs on Hutchinson Island, Florida, and recorded ambling back to the water. An on-site biologist told meteorologist John Gum it's very rare for endangered loggerheads to venture ashore to lay eggs during the day. They usually do so at night. This behavior may only be spotted once or twice a season.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Orioles magic, Orioles magic. Yeah, there it is. We love Camden Yards. Of course, next Friday, your Orioles are back at home after that shellacking of the New York Yankees last night, 14-1. Man, we were up 13-0 for a long time. But anyway, we still got the win. We split the series. It's all good. We're still ahead of the Yankees. I love it. And still one of the best teams in baseball before the All-Star break, which is next week. Yard and Gardening Cast today, guys. We're getting out there this morning. Probably be better than the afternoon because numbers will rise to the upper 80s and lower 90s as we take you later into the day. We are tracking the potential of a couple of pop-up storms. We'll break it down for you coming up in a few. Tom.
Sounds good. Thank you, Justin. From the Live Center this morning, live look over the White House. The Biden administration set to announce a new weapons package for Ukraine today. That will include controversial cluster munitions. However, the Pentagon will provide rounds with lower dud rates, which is expected to cut down on unattended civilian casualties. The new military aid package is worth up to $800 million. Also expected to include Bradley and Stryker armored vehicles, rockets, and an array of ammunition. Meanwhile, the death toll now up to 6 in the Ukrainian city of Lviv after a Russian attack on a neighborhood Thursday. Rescuers still searching through the rubble for any survivors. City's mayor announcing that all bomb shelters will be open 24 hours for the foreseeable future in that city. Now, Russia and Ukraine also announcing a prisoner swap Thursday, 47th since the start of this war, each side returning 45 soldiers and civilians. That's the latest from our Live Center. Safe Streets debate continues following the recent Brooklyn home mass shooting. The man found guilty of shooting and killing Wacomico deputy has his verdict, how his day in court went down, and what he is now facing. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .43 in topping a morning rush, Wacomico County, a man found guilty of shooting and killing Deputy First Class Glenn Hilliard will spend the rest of his life in prison. 22-year-old Austin Davidson was sentenced to life without parole after being convicted. In court, 22-year-old apologized to Hilliard's widow and family before the sentencing. Fox 45 News investigation found Davidson was on probation for a robbery in Baltimore City when the murder occurred.
Fox 45 News is demanding answers about the police response to Sunday's mass shooting. 2 people killed, 28 others injured. Now, we're told police found out about the block party just hours before the shooting. Safe Streets workers were actually in attendance to the block party, but did not let police or the Neighborhood of Safety and Engagement know. Olivia Dance joins us live with more on the details surrounding Safe Streets' response and how city leaders are now responding to that.
Yeah, well, Taylor, next week, City Council is holding a hearing to try and get answers about why there was such little communication between police and the Safe Streets workers responding to the Brooklyn Day block party. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott is refusing to drop his support of the Safe Streets program. On the other hand, though, Councilman Conway wants city agencies to explain what went terribly wrong on Sunday when the block party turned into a mass shooting. Now, we are told that policies are now under review after 4 Safe Streets workers broke up several conflicts during the block party. Coming up in about 15 minutes here directly from Councilman Conway on his concerns with how Safe Streets handled the situation. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Now we need to find out exactly what the weekend plans will have in store. A lot of people are playing softball Friday nights. There's a lot of activity, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is going to be a good weekend.
And today's
People may be going tubing this weekend.
They could be going tubing, Tom.
National Dive Bar Day is today.
All right.
And we've got a lot of good dive bars in town. I mean, it's always fun to go into a dive bar, right?
Yeah.
And just kind of have a good, nice, you know.
Yesterday, it was National International Kissing Day. You gave me a kiss. Today, dive bar. So are you going to bring me a drink?
And now add me to that equation.
Sure. I can do all of the above, whatever you'd like. I'm willing to please. I am a people pleaser.
Yeah, let's move on to weather.
Good morning to all of you. And now, look, one of my favorite ones is the landing strip over there in Middle River. But it's not even a dive bar. It's nice in there. And, it used to be kind of divey, I guess. But, man, I like going to the landing strip. Those nachos in a can. Woo, daddy. All right, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Good morning to all of you. There's our Towson Town Center shop. And you can see the Towson traffic circle. Nacho Mama's is over there, too. That's where you can get good nachos. See, now I'm on the nachos thing. I got to get off of that. 74 your temp right now in Towson. No wind to speak of. Dew point right at 70 degrees. Dew point's going to hang in the 70s again today. And our temperatures will be in the 70s for the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Maybe breakfast nachos for breakfast, huh? Mid to upper 70s here over the next couple of hours. That's sun up until 8:36 tonight. And on your splash cast, cannonball if you're jumping in the pool today. UV index in that very high category. Gotta get that sunblock on. Now later this afternoon, after about 2-3 o'clock, you're gonna see those big old towering cumulus clouds, and when those skies start to darken a little bit, when you start to hear rumbles of thunder, you got to get indoors. When thunder roars, head indoors in case you encounter any of those storms. This is our sprinkler cast. I recommend getting the sprinklers on because a lot of us are not gonna see rain today. When you see this here on our hourly future scan taking you through 10 a.m., we're dry. We're going to be muggy. And then as we get to about 2-3 o'clock, just a couple of those little green blobs here and there. So some of us are not going to get any rain while others may get a big old downpour right on top of them. That's kind of what we've been seeing for the last couple of days, stuck in this same weather pattern. Even through about 5-6 p.m., those storms kind of hit and miss throughout the area for today. And high temperatures pretty close to our average in the upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Same thing for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 80s and lower 90s. So typical July-like weather for July the 7th. And nationwide, well, most of the country pretty quiet today. Not major storms that are impacting a lot of folks. 70s in Chicago, lower 90s in Nashville down through Atlanta, 91 New Orleans, low to mid 90s for OKC and Dallas, and triple-digit heat continues in Phoenix, which is basically what they see in July. Here's a look at our future scan. So again, a couple of pop-up storms possible today and into the afternoon and evening. For tomorrow, we'll start off with some foggy areas, but tomorrow afternoon, a couple of more isolated thunderstorms. Sunday is the big kind of change in our weather pattern. So we'll have more cloud cover, more of these showers and storms along that frontal boundary as it moves in Sunday afternoon. And our temperatures will actually be cooler. So 90s will be replaced with mid 80s and even upper 80s on Monday. And then we have a drier air pattern that's setting up. So next week will not be as muggy, but our temperatures still staying in the lower 90s. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around there. You see in the bottom right, 895 right up Browning Highway. Man, always a great shot with the sun coming off the water there. Some fog conditions, just really patchy and limited. Now we want to take you out to our photojournalist who is actually at the stop, Reisterstown Subway Metro here, where apparently they have stopped service because there's a fire in the metro at some point, and that's causing some mechanical issues. we've been checking in with Mark Jones with the MTA, and he was telling us, yeah, he confirmed that and said that it is now an issue there, and will be giving us an update as soon as possible. But again, taking a live look right there from our traffic photojournalist right near Reisterstown subway. Topping our Oriole news this morning as we take you live to Camden Yards and New York. The cameraman who was hit in the head by a stray throw at Yankee Stadium Wednesday night is now at home resting. Yes Network Pete Stendel has a broken eye socket. Here's how the incident unfolded. Stendel was standing next to the Yankees Orioles, behind his camera doing his job when this throw, watch this right here, bottom right side of your screen, just hit him right in the face. He actually knocked him out. He falls back and is knocked out for quite some time. And this is along the first base sign. Rookie Gunnar Henderson threw the ball trying to make the double play there, but overthrew the first baseman. Game was delayed for 17 minutes as they evaluated that cameraman. So good news that he's at home recovering. And I know Gunnar has apologized to him a couple times and his family. And the Yankees organization said it was just an accident.
Well,
AL East.
Yeah,
and
with
AL
51 wins, and they are now the second total. But I mean, everybody else, you know, like they're also in this bracket in the AL East, all winning records still.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which is still
we're still above the Yankees.
Right.
We're still above the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. Rays are still really good.
So Gunnar Henderson, you know, throws it, knocks the guy out the one game. The next night comes back 2 homers.
4 for 4.
Yeah,
last night. I mean,
So
it
we're
was
doing good. I mean, everyone's doing well, but I just want to know that I'm with the winning team. I'm wearing orange. I want to know
100%. Yeah.
that.
I mean, look. Come on, we're going to the playoffs. I mean, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, All-Star break, 51 wins.
They're going to split this series.
And I
You
did.
said it.
Yeah, I did.
Come on.
I'm rolling with you, Justin.
All right.
Urban Pirates taking over Fells Point. What? Yeah, still to come how you can get involved with their interactive sailing adventure. There's cannons, too.
Now, police body camera footage catches an unusual day on the job for one officer. The quick move that saved some cows.
Wow, all right. Well, maybe you take creamer in your coffee. They save some cows right there, right?
Oh, well, thank God for it. You know, just throw it in now. We're going to take a coffee break because we really need one. We really do.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15 on this Friday morning, and developing now. The launch of a new citation initiative to address quality of life offenses in Baltimore City will hold its first round of arraignments in just 10 days. The aim to change the culture of accountability and improve safety in the city. The man behind the plan, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, joining us now. Thank you so much for coming in.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
This is something, though, that it's been kind of launched, and we're saying, okay, quality of life offenses. You came out with this June 1st. You made this announcement saying, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be tackling these things. A lot of people say this is going to lead to mass incarceration. And you said, wait a minute, I've got an issue to keep people out of jail, but there's certain criteria that they have to hit. Tell us about that and how you feel this is going to go. July 17th is the first court date.
Well, first of all, it's definitely not going to be mass incarceration. What this is about, accountability. For too long, we've decided not to hold individuals accountable in our city. And we're going to hold individuals accountable. We're going to give them the opportunity to go ahead and be a part of the community, to give back, whether it's 5 hours or 10 hours of community service. But we also have something that no one else is really doing in the state, the wraparound services. This isn't about Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. We've partnered with so many other groups, whether to get a GED, whether an individual needs to have job training, job placement, mental health issues, drug treatment, services, things like that. We're working with organizations and groups to hold individuals accountable, but give them a pathway to make sure they can better their life.
And you say wraparound. We were talking about this. In 2 weeks, you'll have that first citation docket for those who receive citations for low-level quality of life crimes. What are your feelings about how it will play out, though? When we say wraparound services, what if somebody does not want to do those wraparound services and they just want to pay the fine and be done with it?
They can. You know, we don't want to criminalize poverty, but we want to give everybody an opportunity. Some individuals need to wrap around services. The first time they come in, there will be an arraignment. The arraignment, they'll receive 5 hours community service if they want. If they don't want to, they can always have their case prosecuted. And if they are found guilty, then we will hold them accountable. The second time, let's say a person is loitering or trespass, they come, we'll give them 10 hours community service and the offer of wraparound services. The third time, you're going to be prosecuted. We're trying to go ahead to give and direct individuals 2 times. You know, I think often the way I was raised, my father said 3 strikes, I was out. You know, and so we're going to give you the opportunity to change your behavior, but we're going to hold you accountable. And if we can't hold you accountable, then we're going to go ahead and make the services available to you. But at the end of the day, if you do not want to get with the program and be held accountable, then we will hold you accountable through the court process.
Your predecessor said she was not going to prosecute low-level crimes. You're saying these are quality of life crimes. A little different approach, but still the same crimes we're talking about. I mean, you can get a $50 fee for loitering or hacking is one of them, but if you all the way up to a $5,000 fine and possibly 3 years in prison if you with the intent to distribute, and we're talking about marijuana before it goes through. That changed, marijuana changed. How would you handle that now?
Well, we still have to look at how the laws changed it. You know, it's almost virtually impossible now to prosecute in terms of even the larger amounts of marijuana. I think the legislature probably will go ahead and look at that in the next year. But we want to make sure we're proactive, we're prepared. You know, for us, the big thing is holding individuals accountable. When you talk about quality of life and low level, yeah, you think about that, but really these are cases and that affect your life, your quality of life. You don't want to walk outside your house and everybody's loitering and trespassing. You know, now everybody can smoke marijuana if they want to. So now Ms. Johnson comes, she has breathing issues, she wants to walk down her own street and she can't because they're all gathered, they're loitering, they're trespassing, and now they're out there just smoking marijuana. And now what is she going to do? What we're saying is, don't be there for Ms. Johnson. You want to smoke your marijuana, go smoke your marijuana. That's what the law now allows you to do. Go inside your backyard. But for Ms. Johnson and all the other citizens of Baltimore City, we want to make sure they're able to enjoy their life.
Recently, Delegate Luke Klippinger, who represents the Brooklyn neighborhood where we just had a mass shooting, stated the same frustration, saying that one of the broader questions that the legislator has got to deal with is what are the actual services provided to the Department of Juvenile Services. Now, I know this is for the citation docket 18 and older, but we want to bring in juveniles here because of what just happened here in his area. He said that relates specifically to kids who are found in possession of guns. So how do we begin to hold juveniles accountable even if elected officials cannot gauge the level of services being provided to them?
You know, I think we have to have a real honest conversation about that. First of all, When you look at the juvenile system, you look at the Juvenile Justice Reform Act that happened in June of 2022. And to be honest, I think it's one of the worst pieces of legislation I've ever read, because what it has done is taken the process of holding juveniles accountable away from prosecutors. What it's also done is the juvenile has a legal handgun, and we charge them, and then in the juvenile system, the judge is most likely going to let them go. So for an officer that arrests a juvenile for an illegal handgun, and look, we saw a lot of the videos from the alleged incident, and a lot of these individuals appear to be under 21, appear to be under 18.
15 of the victims in it were under the age of 17.
Exactly.
30 victims.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're realizing is that if a juvenile has a handgun and is considered a misdemeanor, it's very highly unlikely, one, they'll be placed outside the home. And that's what the law says. DJS is the one that makes the decision, not the state's attorney's office.
Do we need to have a special session?
I would love to see a special session to deal with some of these issues. However, I think the legislature, they decide, make the laws, I enforce them. But what I will tell you is we need to do something fast, quick, in a hurry. Juveniles understand that nothing will happen to them. If a juvenile has an illegal handgun, the longest that they can be on probation is 6 months. 6 months. What services can we give a kid in 6 months? A judge may extend it 6 months, so maybe a year. That's not long enough for a young person carrying a legal handgun, and that scares me. And what I'm saying and what I'm seeing is young people need to understand the quality of life, need to understand how important life is, and how that one handgun and pulling that trigger will change their life and the victim's life forever.
And really, for these lower offenses, giving them 2 chances here for adults before they actually have to get prosecuted. So thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Citation docket, July 17th, 18th, and 19th, depending on the location where those citations are issued. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates, thank you very much. We'll be following up, I guess, here in 10 days, too, to follow out how that goes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today marks 1 year since a Squeegee kid shot and killed a driver at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. Coming up next, we're looking at the concerns that still remain about Squeegee kids.
You start, look at this, to your morning, though, but when can we expect the afternoon plans? Will they be rained out? That's the big question again. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next chance for storms in his full Weather Authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looking nice outside already. Like that skyline behind you.
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit on the muggy side, and we're going to keep the humidity with us for today, and we'll heat up again as we head toward the afternoon. But that sun is there now. Muggy meter, all right, it's 72 degrees for that current dew point, staying in that soupy category. Here's the best news that I have for you. If you don't like a lot of the heat and humidity, our dew point trend is trending downward in a good way. Monday and Tuesday, we're going to see dew points in the 60s, so that's going to be drier air that's moving in. We have to get through today, tomorrow, and even on Sunday with more of that cloud cover around. Our temperatures will not be as warm as we're tracking some more rain showers and storms for your Sunday. And yes, it happens during the weekend, but either way, nice to see that rain because we're still below average, even though we've had some pretty good storms that have rolled through here. Upper 70s next hour, Bromwell Seltzer Tower, the Arts District, and all things going on downtown today. Right about 88 if you're heading out for lunch. And yeah, you can do lunch outdoors, just going to be a little on the sticky side. Lower 90s sneak into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. We do have that chance for a pop-up shower or thunderstorm, especially as we get later into the day. Pilots, overall, not a bad day. Looking at visual flight rules, possibly some VCSH, which is vicinity showers, and also VCTS for vicinity thunderstorms. Now, if you want to get the grass cut today and tomorrow, I'd highly recommend that because Sunday I've got a red light. That's going to be more of a wet afternoon. So if you want to make sure to have the grass all cleaned up or cut for the weekend, get it done today. And you can see our hourly future scan pretty dry through most of the day today. Even in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, just a couple of pop-up showers and storms. They're going to be very hit and miss or isolated at best. Continuing to see that through about 5, 6 o'clock this evening. And then as we head into Saturday, we're going to have more of the same. Upper 80s is typically where we are this time of year. 89 is the average high, and that's as high as it gets for the average. So we're kind of right here at the top of the mountain, and then we're going to start to see those numbers go down as we get into later July and into August as well. But upper 80s and lower 90s across the 95 corridor. If you're heading down the ocean today, only upper 70s there at Ocean City, so the beach is looking pretty good. And we do carry that chance for a storm, especially on Sunday afternoon with a little bit more wet weather, not only there, but also here at home. Here's a look at that future scan. So we got this weak cold front to the north of us. That's going to help to initiate some of those storms for today and into the afternoon and evening. Same thing for tomorrow. And then Sunday looks a little bit more active. You can see this cold front that's coming in from the left side of your screen. So more cloud cover around, cooler temperatures, and then those widespread showers and storms into Sunday afternoon. Could even see some strong to severe storms. So we're kind of right on the line of shifting into a weather alert for Sunday. But we'll keep our eyes on it and let you know. And then Monday, we start the drying process, and into Tuesday and Wednesday next week, even though we'll have temps in the 90s, a lot less humidity.
Baltimore's youth summer curfew is in effect, but are there enough police officers to enforce it? Why some critics say it might be time for a complete overhaul.
Today marks 1 year since police say a Squeegee kid shot and killed Timothy Reynolds. Fox 45 News taking a closer look at the mayor's reaction to the incident and why some critics say it fits into a pattern threatening Baltimore's safety. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Hello, friends. 7:40 is your time right now. We're 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. Yeah, still some foggy conditions out there in some areas. Overall, though, if you are going to get out on the water today, first half of the day will be fine. After about 3, 4 o'clock, that's when some of those thunderstorms are going to be potentially an issue. So you want to make sure, no matter what you're doing, either out on the water or just outside, to get indoors if you hear that thunder, because we don't want anyone struck with lightning here today, or struck by lightning. Upper 80s and lower 90s, those are going to be your temperatures. Not much wind today either. We'll break down when more rain is going to impact us for the weekend coming up.
7:40 and from the Live Center this morning, live look over the White House as the Biden administration set to announce a new weapons package for Ukraine today. That will include controversial cluster munitions. However, the Pentagon will provide rounds with lower dud rates, which is expected to cut down on unattended civilian casualties. New military aid packages worth up to $800 million. Also expected to include Bradley and Stryker armored vehicles, rockets, and an array of ammunition. Meanwhile, the death toll now up to 6 in the Ukraine city of Lviv after Russian attack on the neighborhood Thursday. This morning, rescuers still searching through the rubble for any survivors. City's mayor announcing all bomb shelters in his city will be open 24 hours for this foreseeable future. Russia and Ukraine also announcing a prisoner swap Thursday, 47 since the start of this war, each side returning 45 soldiers and civilians. That's the latest from our Live Center.
It doesn't make no sense for them to do nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
Another fire damages a Baltimore playground. Still ahead, the latest in this arson investigation and if fires at other city playgrounds are connected. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Oh, am I sitting in the wrong place? My bad. Hello, Doc.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well.
So,
if you're wondering how to pronounce my name, it's Dadamo. Most people are going to have a question with that.
Say it one more time.
Dadamo.
Adamo.
Dadamo. Yeah, just ignore the apostrophe. Dadamo.
Got it.
Easy enough, huh?
Adamo.
Dadamo.
Dadamo. Dadamo.
There you go.
Gotcha.
Got it.
Okay. And so aspartame, can you say it for me? Aspartame?
Aspartame. Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
Okay. All right, we're cool.
Great.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
In your health headlines, a sugar alternative to your sweet tooth may not be so sweet after all. Aspartame, one of the world's most common artificial sweeteners, is set to be declared a possible carcinogen. Director of the Center of Integrative Medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Dr. Chris Diamo, he's joining us with what we need to know. And why is this causing a wedge between leaders in the food industry and regulators?
Well, there's a large systematic review that the World Health Organization recently conducted and put some guidance out where they basically said that, we need to be careful about these non-sugar sweeteners that we're using, including aspartame, but others as well, because they can ironically contribute to weight gain. Many people consume these to manage their weight, but they may contribute to weight gain and worse. So things like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and even some cancers.
Well, what products generally contain aspartame? I know I've got a packet of gum that definitely has that listed on and as one of the ingredients.
Many products do. Diet sodas, many yogurts do. So you really need to read those labels carefully.
So explain the danger behind, I mean, you touched on some of the cardiovascular risks, but the danger in consuming this sugar alternative. Has the FDA come out with this yet?
Well, the FDA's guidance differs a little bit from the WHO, but the dangers are several. So there can be some short-term issues for some people, where they can have adverse events. For more people, it's going to be longer-term consumption. So if you're consuming them on a regular basis, is where you're running into problems. And the good news is there's a lot of other alternatives that you can use.
Okay. Well, this is causing a bit of back and forth between the food industry and regulators. Why is that?
Well, I mean, because the aspartame and others are in so many products, so it would lead to some changes for the food industry with that. But, I think we got to think about safety first.
Absolutely. So until those changes come about, we'll be reading those ingredient labels for now on. Thank you so much, Dr. Diamo.
You're very welcome.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because it's not a scorcher, but it's a Baltimore hot summer day.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing numbers in the upper 80s and lower 90s, Taylor, in our Towson cam right now. A little bit of that humidity, and you can kind of see those hazy conditions. We say the 3 H's, hazy, hot, and humid, and that's how we've been most of this week, but not out of the ordinary. 76 your temperature right now in Towson. Notice that dew point at 72 degrees. So we're going to keep the dew points in the 70s, basically kind of in that gross category as we stay muggy for the afternoon today. Now, when you couple the heat along with the humidity, we get the heat index values, and a lot of us will be in the mid to upper 90s again today. We actually made it to a heat index of 95 yesterday with a high of 92. So similar numbers for this afternoon. There it is. The word popped up. That's 2 today. That's at least 2 in the last 3 hours. I said it. All right, our heat index values for Saturday in the mid to upper 90s as well. But as we get into Sunday, we'll see these numbers come down because our overall air temperatures will come down as well. Marco. All right, our splash cast here, if you're going to be hanging out at the pool, 82 by 10 a.m. UV index in that very high category. Got to get that sunblock on today. And again, some of those pop-up thunderstorms after about 2 or 3 o'clock could cause you to want to go inside because you don't want to be outside when those storms are around. On your sprinkler cast, got to stay mainly dry today. If you have those in your yard. But go ahead and get them on in the morning time, not during the afternoon, because our numbers are going to be warmer in the upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. And some of you may not get any rain at all to kind of help out with that watering. 86 Bel Air today, 88 in Aberdeen, mid to upper 80s for rising sun and northeast for the afternoon. And if you look ahead at our temperature outlook, this is the next 6 to 10 days from the Climate Prediction Center. Notice how much cooler it'll be in the Great Lakes region. It'll be quite a bit hotter down south, but we're going to be kind of right in the middle and kind of stuck in the middle, if you will, as you see from Steelers Wheel. We can see right there around Baltimore, Alexandria, up into Philadelphia in that kind of average type of afternoon in terms of our temperatures going forward. So here's a look at our future scan. A couple of pop-up showers and storms for the afternoon today. We're going to see that again tomorrow with more of those pop-up isolated thunderstorms Saturday. Sunday, different because that cold front will bring a lot more cloud cover in, more widespread showers and storms. Could see some strong to severe storms on Sunday afternoon and evening. Monday, we get drier behind that cold front, and that's going to bring in kind of a little bit of relief from the mugginess that we're out there and seeing. Autumnal equinox in just 78 days. That pumpkin spice latte is right around the corner. I'm excited about it. There's Barry Bones right there. He's just kind of hanging out, literally, with 116 days until Halloween. I saw a picture online, guys. I don't know if you've seen this or not. At the Costco, they already have the Halloween decorations. I don't know if you've seen it, Tom, because you're a Costco guy, but I've seen pictures of Halloween stuff up, and it is July the 7th. That, my friends, not cool. Lower 90s today and tomorrow, mid 80s on Sunday, upper 80s on Monday, and then lower 90s, but we're drier as we head toward next week. Taylor?
All righty, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. Happy to report no delays or incidents in our area. Taking a live look at some of the Beltway cameras throughout the Baltimore region. Cars, all 4 cameras moving smoothly. And a live look now from our photojournalists. We're in Pikesville, right off of Reisterstown Road. Cars in this area, not many of them, but they're all moving along just fine as well.
Aye, matey, we're with urban pirates this morning, and the fights are going on. They're fighting. The pirates are fighting. My voice is losing. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. Aye!
And the perfect way to make up for the lost sleep from watching the Orioles just crush, destroy, even with their coach Hydes getting kicked out.
All you gotta do is ride the Orioles buzz with a caffeine buzz. It's a coffee break. Time for one. Time for a coffee. All right, it is so Baltimore, and ahoy, matey, get ready to swab the deck.
That's right. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live on the high seas in Fells Point this morning with the urban pirates showing us about all the things you can do at the, well, okay, now wait a minute. There was fighting earlier, Mark. What's going on now? Have you guys won the booty?
Yes. Things have, well, thank you, Tom and Taylor. Things have calmed down. Captain Quickshot got everything under control. Why we can sleep at night, because the relentless ship protects the harbor here in Baltimore. Captain Quickshot, you know, we're heading into a weekend. What can we expect on the Relentless, on board the Relentless?
We have cruises every hour and a half. This is our prime time during the year. We do family style cruises as well as grog cruises at night. So we have I guess we call them family because they're the small kids, and then we have adult grog cruises where they bring their own and they start acting like real pirates.
Wow, they're pirates. And again, I've just the captain has assured me that we are safe. He took down Jack Sparrow years ago. The captain's been here for years, Tom and Taylor, and you can see it's a party ship. People are having fun.
Yeah.
It's safe. You know what I mean? Look at look at them down there. They're having a ball, man. And it's 7 o'clock in the morning. So this is just a little glimpse of what happens aboard the boat. And Tom, as you know, what happens on the boat stays on the boat.
Absolutely.
And so again, we're here all this morning.
I knew it was going to be a party boat when I saw the first thing right behind you, a bottle opener right on the railing. So yeah,
That's
I'm
right.
like, all right,
That's the most important
popping
thing.
up the bottles, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Thanks, Mark.
We got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links.
Oh, we're in for a hot, muggy weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers saying he has a similar forecast expected with rain in our region for a much-needed cool-off, though.
And concerns that the city is not acting soon enough to stop senseless acts of violence. We dive into what some are calling a reactive approach instead of trying to prevent it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
You guys.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7:59, and a Squeegee kid prepares to stand trial 1 year after shooting death of Timothy Reynolds. We'll have the latest on his upcoming trial.
Good morning to you. It's Friday, July 7th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, we need to get meteorologist Justin Chambers in looking at the forecast for us, too. As we're talking hot and muggy, and there was some fog earlier. Is that still around?
In some spots, Tom and Taylor, good morning to both of you. T squared over there. Yeah, we do have some of those low clouds, but basically it's just kind of that humidity that is hanging around and kind of sticking around as well. Taking you outside right now, this is a live look here. This actually earlier this morning was all fogged in, so it looks better at this time at 695 over there in Towson with that sun that is up and our temperatures that are not too bad at this time. As you head out the door this morning, sunglasses, umbrella, yeah, an umbrella, because we may see some storms, but some of you might not see anything today, which is basically how it's been most of this week. There's Hank the Bird. Yep, our bird is the wordcast. Lower 80s next hour with upper 80s through noon and into the lower 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Back with your full forecast. We'll take a look at what we can expect for the rest of this upcoming weekend and if there's any change to our weather pattern. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here. And you can see some of the cameras around the area looking great. No issues to report on any of the major roads in the Baltimore region. Slow down around the Kearney, Parkville areas just because of volume. No incident there.
In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is demanding answers about the police response to Sunday's mass shooting that left 2 people dead, 28 others injured.
We're told police found out about a block party just hours before the shooting happened, and Safe Streets workers were there at a block party, but then left and then did not tell police.
Olivia Dance joins us now with more details on the Safe Streets response and how city leaders are responding.
Next week, City Council is holding a hearing to get answers about why there was so little communication between police and the Safe Streets workers responding to the Brooklyn Day block party. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott is refusing to back down from his support of the Safe Streets program.
You still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Well, I could say many things after this. When you have an event like this, right, we don't say that the U.S. military is ineffective because 9/11 happens. So when you say, you know, somebody decides to go and blow up a building, and then we say, well, we must get rid of all of our federal intelligence agencies because this happened. That's just an idiotic way of thinking.
Councilman Conway wants city agencies to explain what went terribly wrong on Sunday when the Brooklyn Day block party turned into a mass shooting. We're told policies are now under review after 4 Safe Streets workers broke up several conflicts during the block party. Councilman Conway says Safe Streets workers need to maintain their credibility in the community, and that can be a challenge if they're working with police.
That said, in an instance where we know that there are multiple guns at a 1,000-person event, it sort of begs the question, what can they do that reduces the risk to that event, you know, and doesn't put them in the line of ruining their credibility? There are ways that we could have explored.
Councilman Conway says he originally wanted the hearing to be held this week, but he says he wants to make sure police are focused on finding the suspects responsible for the mass shooting. Of course, if you have any information, you're asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In the meantime, Monzi just announcing $5.1 million in federal COVID relief money, and it's going to the Catholic charities to run Safe Streets. Same nonprofit running the Brooklyn Safe Streets site. That contract good for 2 years. Last week, that same organization receiving $3.9 million to run the Cherry Hill and Penn North Safe Street sites. $12 million was awarded to the LifeBridges Center for Hope to run the other locations. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressing Councilman Conway on that funding.
Is it appropriate to be handing out this much money to an organization that doesn't clearly have their organization in place?
I think that's an excellent question. I think I'd have to really begin to dig more into the full scale of what's going on with Safe Streets to answer that question more knowledgeably. They're not going to get everything right. I don't expect that, but I certainly expect them to be introspective and be changing and improving every time we realize that there's something to improve upon.
And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Safe Streets is an effective tool in curbing crime in Baltimore so far? 97% of those who have voted say no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Here in Maryland, Democrats have a supermajority at the state level. During this past legislative session, Republican lawmakers were unable to pass a number of crime bills they proposed. This includes the Violent Firearms Offender Act. That would create tougher penalties for violent repeat offenders. Plus, no bail for Repeat Violent Offenders Act, obviously not allowing bail for those same offenders, and as well as the Gun Theft Felony Act.
Despite lawmakers voting down these gun laws, Mayor Brandon Scott says Maryland already has some of the toughest gun laws in America.
You're talking about a country where it is easier for a 14-year-old kid to order pieces together to put a gun together and go out and use it in commitments of a crime than it is for me to get Claritin D from CVS. That's what we should be talking about every day in this country until those folks take action.
I think, frankly, people are tired of the finger pointing in the politics, and nothing happens.
Governor Wes Moore says homicide rates have doubled in Maryland over the past 8 years. Critics argue he should focus on fixing the issue in his own state.
This isn't a Washington, D.C. problem. This is a Maryland problem.
I think it's smart for the governor. I think it's bad governing. I think to make people think that there is progress being made when there's not much evidence of progress being made, I think is misleading people.
Now, when it comes to special sessions, they're commonly held across the country.
In the past year, 30 states have held a special or extraordinary session covering a wide range of topics. Just in Pennsylvania, lawmakers extending the statute of limitations on sexual assault cases. In Washington, special session tackling stronger penalties for illegal drug possession.
In Idaho, the largest tax cut in state history was approved with more funding for education. And then in South Carolina, lawmakers are criminalizing fentanyl trafficking. All this as Maryland's capital remains closed for the summer.
They just don't want their summer vacation interrupted. That's what it comes down to, because there are things and actions they could consider taking on a variety of things.
Well, Tuesday, we asked if you think Governor Wes Moore should call a special session to combat violent crime. 93% of people who responded voted yes. According to one survey, Baltimore ranks as one of the 10 worst cities in America to raise a family. Topping our next half hour, residents weigh in on whether a change in leadership could help make the city safer.
But first, the Biden administration is set to announce a new weapons package for Ukraine later today. What it could include and the controversial amount of ammunition as the war plays on.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We've already made it to the lower 80s for some of us. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect. O's back in town next Friday, but we'll talk more about those O's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
The fiscal 2024 appropriations process has begun, and despite a push to hold overall spending below the current fiscal year, funding devoted to earmarks has already grown by more than 20%, according to Politico. Andrew and Adam Andrzejewski, CEO of Open the Books, joining us with a closer look on where your taxpayer dollars are slated to go. Good morning.
Good morning, Taylor.
Okay, so first of all, let's go right all the way back. What is the definition of an earmark?
This is a member pet project. Your member of Congress makes a request to fund something local. Over the course of years, it's gotten a lot of members in trouble. It's been called sleaze and legal bribery and the currency of corruption in Congress. You pay for all of it. In the last 6 months ago, in the last bill, there was $16 billion of these local pet projects stuffed in that bill, about 7,500 of them. You had bipartisan problems. You had 4 members of Congress that earmarked $6 million to institutions where their spouses work. You had a retiring Democrat in Tennessee. He earmarked $2.7 million to his brother's municipality for projects. You had a retiring U.S. Senator Republican from Missouri, Roy Blunt. He earmarked $91 million into 2 university buildings that bear his name.
Okay, so this is a allotted amount of taxpayer dollars that are going to local projects based on what the representatives are deciding at the federal level. So how many projects were earmarked for Maryland this last year? How many of them passed?
So Maryland received about 220 earmarks 6 months ago for about $200 million worth of local project funding. Today, the Maryland delegation is requesting 1,000 projects for $1.7 billion. We gave a lot of oversight to the local representative, Kawaze and Fumai, for his local earmarks. He earmarked $4 million to Arena Players. They're an historic African-American theater group. But I just checked it this morning, they are not registered as a public charity with the Maryland Secretary of State on the website. So they're receiving federal money and they're not even in compliance, as far as we can tell, with Maryland state charitable solicitation law. And Fumi also earmarked $2 million into the Great Blacks and Wax Museum, where about 6 months previously, he was ensconced with a wax figurine. Now, taking a look at his earmarks requested for 2024, he's moved off of those types of things. He's now earmarking local projects for affordable housing, for homeless housing, for job training and economic development, and childcare. So hopefully the oversight to his earmarks last year moved them in a better direction.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the projects he has earmarked. But essentially, pushing back here, couldn't this not be seen as a good thing for local entities, governments, for Maryland to have more money allotted to us to be able to develop? Is that not a good thing?
Well, every dime of all of these earmarks is borrowed against the national debt. So we're going to be paying it back for generations. And specifically to earmarks, here's our position. Local projects of merit should be funded locally. Why is a taxpayer in Arkansas funding a theater group in the city of Baltimore?
Okay, that gets to the crux of the argument. We'll continue to follow this as I'm sure we'll see what comes of those earmarks soon to come. Thank you so much, Adam.
Thank you.
All righty, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at what we can expect today. Behind you, that shot looks gorgeous, and I'm hoping it'll look a lot like that for the rest of the day.
Yeah, exactly right, Taylor. And again, we'll be talking about hit and miss showers and thunderstorms. Some will see nothing at all. Others will see a big old towering cumulus cloud and potentially dumping some heavy rain at times. Looking out over the stadiums right now, M&T Bank Stadium quiet, but next month we get some exhibition games. End of this month, we get training camp for the Ravens. The O's back at Camden Yards coming up next Friday night. They got the All-Star break next week after a 3-game set in Minnesota. Just smoked the Yankees last night. That was a lot of fun to watch, 14-1. So current dew point temperature, 72 degrees. So when we get those dew points in the 70s, I've been saying this all week, we get into that soupy category, and that's where we're going to stay. Now, when you look at the dew point trend, overall, the next 3 days will keep dew points in the 70s, but we talk about dew points in the 60s Monday and Tuesday, and that is the drier air that will move in toward the beginning of next week. And you can see the heat index values also still feeling like the mid to upper 90s today and tomorrow, but will definitely be a lot more palatable if you want to be outside for the weekend. So maybe getting some golf in today or just some outdoor activities. Yeah, it's already sticky out there. Lower 80s in the next hour, upper 80s through noon and into the lower 90s. We are tracking some storms, potential showers. We put VCSH here. That's what the METARs and the TAFs say for your pilots and all you pilots out there. Overall VFR conditions, another visual flight rules day, but again, vicinity showers and VCTS, which is thunderstorms, that we'll be tracking. Now, when you look at this hourly future scan, you're good to go now. In fact, through most of the day today, we're going to be dry. After about 2, 3 o'clock, you can start to see a few of those little blobs trying to pop up, and really hard to pinpoint the actual spot where we'll see some of these storms. They're going to be very hit and miss at best. Even in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour for happy hour, couple of pop-up thunderstorms. A little bit more activity now picking up later on this evening time. So don't be surprised if you hear a rumble of thunder after you're already hanging out in the basement, relaxing and watching some TV tonight. Upper 80s and lower 90s across central Maryland for your high temperatures. Pretty close to average for this time of year. 89 in Philly with lower 90s in Baltimore down through D.C. Even upper 70s down the ocean, with Ocean City seeing numbers in the 70s and 80s for the weekend. Now here's your 7-day forecast. So we'll keep more of the same for tomorrow. Sunday, a little bit more widespread showers and thunderstorm activity, and our temperatures cooler in the mid 80s. We're back to the upper 80s on Monday and then lower 90s next week. But the big thing is we will feel drier air and not as humid. Taylor?
All right, now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. No major delays to report as we look live throughout our region at some of those Beltway cameras. Cars in all areas moving right along for you this morning. This just in, the subway link is experiencing a system-wide service shutdown due to a fire. This is according to Baltimore County's fire department. A bus bridge will be in place to help people with their travel. The Baltimore County will hold a media staging area where our FOX45 news crew is heading towards right now. Baltimore Police Department considering using drones to respond to active crime scenes, and they want you to talk about it. They want to know what you think. In our next half hour, how you can make your voice heard in the city's effort to keep people safe.
And we're aboard the Relentless, and we're facing the battles here. We are protecting the harbor. Coming up, we'll tell you all about it, how you can get on board the Relentless and save our city. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Wait a minute, there's incoming. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. We're under attack, Baltimore. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
All right, X marks the spot where you can find a whole lot of booty. Well, actually, you can climb aboard the pirate and have some fun with the urban pirates here in Baltimore. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is in Fells Point. Washbuckling good time. Come on now. The producers really went in. A washbuckling good time with a real pirate. How are you doing, Mark?
That's right, Taylor. If you want some booty, this is the place to be. Pirate booty, that is. And this is Scar Nose.
Oh,
and so this is for the grown-ups. Now, the grown-ups, we have the party going on, but you can also bring your grown-up beverages, right?
We every Friday and Saturday night, we have our adults-only bring-your-own grog cruises.
Oh, the grog.
The grog. You don't have to bring actual grog. You can bring kind of whatever alcoholic beverages you want.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot like the family cruises that we do, the regular adventure. It just gets a little bit messy.
There's drama going on. We're being attacked. We're being attacked.
You get used to it eventually.
Okay, go ahead, Scar.
But yeah, I mean, you come out, you bring as much grog as you think you can handle. It is almost always that is almost always less than you think than it actually is. And you come out here and you be a pirate in the more ridiculous sense.
The more ridiculous sense. And again, guys, I mean, what else do we need? You got the water, you got a boat, you got
we got
pirates,
water cannons.
You got water cannons.
We got rum.
Come on.
We play some pirate games. We'll give you a pirate name. It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing again. So guys, that's what goes on here on the Relentless. And again, our harbor is safe. Look at the captain. He's fighting. They're fighting. Captain's fighting with two cannons.
I feel like the captain probably should be driving.
I know. Is anybody driving this thing? So guys, that's what goes down on the Relentless.
All right, well, lots of fun there. Mark, you're going to have to bring back a hat for everybody in the studio. We've got more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links, how you can get in on the booty grabbing fun. The new curfew proposed to limit crime in the city. Now, city officials are scaling enforcement back. Some critics say it might be time, though, for a complete overhaul.
Today marks 1 year since a Squeegee kid shot and killed a driver at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the concerns that still remain about Squeegee kids. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Friday morning to you this July 7th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how warm and how muggy it's going to get today before hopefully some cool showers.
That's right. Let's see if we need to break out the hairspray. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast.
Yeah, definitely seeing the mugginess that is out there. The hair a little frizzy. What did we call it earlier? Frizzy Friday. So I think that is definitely appropriate, or as some people say, apropos. Let's show you what's going on here. Hey, you know what? How many months ago was I was at the Bromwell Seltzer Tower? A couple months ago? Yeah. That clock has been right for the last couple of months. Just saying. Just saying. So looking at that clock right there. 80 is your temp in Baltimore City. 80 in Woodlawn. 77 in Brooklyn Park. And 77 as well in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. White Marsh, Middle River area also in the upper 70s and lower 80s. And yeah, if you're going to go out for a run or a jog, it's already sweaty. It's already muggy. It's already warm. So we're looking at those numbers right now in the 80s. And on our way to the lower 90s. We are tracking a few afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Some will see them, some will not see anything. So just be aware of that and be cognizant as you head out to have that umbrella just in case you encounter some summertime thunderstorms. A little bit better chance of widespread storms on the second half of the weekend, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few. How are we looking on the roads, Taylor?
All right, let's check your Lynn Stoller traffic network to find out. We've got our traffic cam on the scene where the Metro subway link is experiencing a system-wide service shutdown due to a fire. It looks like a tunnel under 795 there. A bus bridge is going to be in place to help people get there, but still a very active scene and situation there under that bridge as they continue to investigate this fire. They're going to hold a media briefing in a few, and we'll be there to give you the latest updates.
They failed everyone. They failed us.
They didn't come up with a Squeegee collaborative to change policy about Squeegee kids until someone actually got killed.
Today, frustration continues 1 year after driver Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed at a downtown intersection by a Squeegee kid. Suspect now preparing to stand trial.
Now, since then, the city has implemented its Squeegee collaborative plan at major city intersections, but there's still lingering questions over why something wasn't done sooner.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with a look into what some are calling a reactive approach to crime rather than a proactive approach. Olivia?
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, drivers have complained to city leaders for years about the concerns with Squeegee kids, and today marks 1 year since Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed by a Squeegee kid right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. It took a crisis before the city actually took some action. City Hall created a Squeegee collaborative, which recommended solutions that were adopted earlier this year and banned Squeegee kids from high traffic intersections. And while the Squeegee numbers may have dwindled, the hustle is still on, as video from this week shows Squeegee kids in the no Squeegee zones. Motorists have complained for years about the Squeegee kids demanding money. There have been shattered windows, drivers attacked, and demands that City Hall take action. Critics also accuse City Hall of being slow to address other acts of juvenile violence. It wasn't until 2 teenagers were shot at the Inner Harbor this spring that the mayor demanded enforcement of the city's youth curfew. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says he's surprised by how long it's taken the city to enact these new policies.
And until there's a crisis, politicians don't feel the need to act. And when you have a city in which one party so dominates, that is typical, because there doesn't appear to be any threat to their holding office as long as they eventually act.
And the 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing Reynolds is set to stand trial on July 17th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:33 now. Baltimore leaders touted the summer curfew plan as a way to limit youth crime. 6 weeks in, we're learning the city is scaling back its enforcement. Critics say it might be time for a complete overhaul.
There needs to be a real practical assessment about what young people in Baltimore City need, the direction that they need. And if there are those missing parents or those missing guardians, then figuring out where the juvenile system is failing, where we can help, where the school system can help, but also keeping in mind that, you know, the mayor is in charge of keeping the public peace.
We know one of the city's 2 connection centers is closed for good. The second center has been drastically cutting its hours. It closed at 11 o'clock this past Friday night, which is the curfew start time for teens ages 14 to 16. Do you think drones could have helped BPD when it came to crime? The department wants to hear from you. Public comment period on BPD's proposal to use drones to investigate crime scenes, aid in active shooter calls, barricades, hostage situations. That has just opened. The Department of Justice and Federal Consent Decree Monitoring Team helped outline this policy. If you'd like to share your feedback with Baltimore's Police Department, just fill out this online form where you can find the link on our website right now at foxbaltimore.com. Public comment will run for 30 days.
A Wallet Hub survey at the end of May just ranked Baltimore among the 10 worst cities in America to raise a family. And now last Sunday's mass shooting is highlighting some of those safety concerns. The survey evaluated 182 cities, with Baltimore ranking at 175. That's because of poor scores, health, safety, education, and family activities. Now we're taking a look at the role politics play in those results. Baltimore City has been led by Democrats for decades, and some critics we spoke with believe this could bring potential perils.
I can tell you it works both ways, whether it's a Republican or Democrat in office. When you have too many of one party, and particularly in a city like Baltimore, where it is solely controlled by Democrats, you have a situation where you don't have to be accountable to the public, to your constituents, to anybody really, because you can do whatever you want politically, and that's not a good place for constituents.
But does a particular political party really matter when it comes to the overall success or failure of a city?
I think that when it comes to which party is best as far as managing a city, it all depends on the makeup of the population in the area, because you have to get policies through. You could have a Republican mayor of Baltimore tomorrow, but you'll have a city council that'll fight him tooth and nail.
New this morning, the latest U.S. jobs report just came down. We'll have wage growth, the new unemployment rate, and more. That's coming up next from our live center.
And another muggy day in store for you on this Friday. But how long until we get a break from the heat? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your 7-day forecast just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about 21 minutes away from 9 o'clock. It is Friday morning. I hope you are ready for the weekend. Lots of summer plans, maybe getting out on the water. You can see your taxi there. A couple other boats. Ahoy, mateys and taxis and taxi. all the things. You know, Mark Clark out there doing some stuff, right? So your captain's cast, fitting that we slide right into this. Lower 80s next couple of hours, upper 80s through noontime. Southeast wind about 5 to 10 knots, waves about a foot or less. Now, we are going to have some storms that will be possible later this afternoon. So if you're out there on the water, just know you get some of those storm clouds building. You got to make sure to try to get in and stay safe. Lower 90s today, mid 70s tonight, and again, lower 90s tomorrow, but we do carry that chance of a couple of pop-up storms. More widespread storms on the way for part of our weekend. We'll tell you which part coming up. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. From the Live Center, latest jobs report numbers have just dropped. U.S. employers adding 209,000 jobs in June, according to the U.S. Labor Department. Unemployment rate 3.6% compared to 3.7% in May. Economists originally predicting U.S. employers would add 240,000 jobs in June, which is down from May's gain of 339,000. U.S. slowed its hiring, but was still able to add those 209,000 jobs in the month of June, which is a sign of a durable labor market, despite rate hikes, though, constantly from the Federal Reserve. In the first 5 months of this year, U.S. has added nearly 1.6 million jobs. As of the end of May, there are around 9.8 million open positions all across our country. Yesterday's job news sent jitters through Wall Street, with the Dow falling more than 366 points, losing more than 1%. That's the latest from our Live Center. Big, huge win for the O's last night. Just, my goodness, shutting down the Yankees, and they ended up the game 14-1. Who they're playing tonight and where you can catch them next, and update on that photographer who got knocked out by Gunnar Henderson's overthrow. Sparks flying this morning for Swifties with the release of a Speak Now Taylor's version. How fans are reacting to the enchanting release. 8:41 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:57, topping your morning business report this Friday. If you bought an AW soda and the last 7 years, you could be getting a small payday soon. New York judge preliminary approving a settlement in a class action lawsuit against A&W Concentrate Company and Keurig Dr. Pepper. Now, the lawsuit claims the company's root beer and cream sodas were not made with aged vanilla as the cans read. See it right there on that packaging? Yeah, court documents show the $15 million settlement covers anyone who drank an A&W root beer or cream soda between February 7th, 2016 and June of 2023. Top payout with proof of receipt, though, is $25. And it may not be root beer, but Pepsi is bringing back a fruit-flavored drink for your summertime fun. And you can only get it at one place. Pepsi is returning Pepsi Pineapple, which was introduced in 2020 as a limited drink edition. Now the company is featuring the special flavor only at Little Caesars restaurants. You can marry it up with a Hawaiian-style pizza, which has the pineapple on top. You can enjoy the new offering starting July 17th. If you get hungry after all the root beer and the Pepsi that you're consuming, you can head over to IHOP and enjoy their new classic pancakes. Restaurant chain is offering limited-time pancake tacos throughout the month of July. New item features IHOP Silver Dollar pancakes with a variety of savory and sweet toppings. Pancake taco options include fresh strawberry cheesecake, caramel banana, breakfast, and country chicken and gravy. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
We all get earwax. Ugh, it's really nothing to be embarrassed about. And you like to use those cotton swabs, but they really don't work because they just push the wax deeper into your ear. The Whoosh Powered Ear Cleaner is really going to help you break up that wax. I'm going to show you how it works. It's really easy. I already have some water. You add warm water, has to be warm. You can use this inside the shower or out of the shower. I'll show you right here. You have this little cup and you put the cup up to your ear. You stick the whoosh inside and turn it on, and it just starts to break up that wax. And there are 3 different levels, so if you want to go lighter so you don't have a big rush of water in your ear, that works as well. The buildup of wax in your ear can lead to irritation, hearing loss, and the Whoosh is really going to help break down that wax and help you feel better. The other thing I like about it, if you have a bunch of people in the house, your kids, your spouse, there are 6 different attachments, so you can use these, and not everybody's using the same thing to break up the wax in their ears. So this is just going to help you feel a little bit better about yourself and relieve that wax in your ear. Right now, we're offering 35% off the Whoosh Powered Ear Cleaner. It's such a great deal. You want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We're taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
More questions than answers about how city agencies responded to the Brooklyn Day block party. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we press city leaders about what failed with their communication.
He cool cued and popped me right in the face.
It's been a year since police say a Squeegee kid shot and killed Timothy Reynolds. We're examining the city's response in the aftermath and why some say the issue could have been handled years ago.
I'm not here to declare victory on the economy. I'm here to say we have a plan that's turning things around quickly, but we have a lot more work to do.
New jobs report is out. Still ahead from our live center. We'll break down the numbers and impact it has on the U.S. economy.
When you're picking as low as we are, 17th, there's just so much uncertainty.
Yeah, the Orioles now looking ahead to the draft, the uncertainty that's looming heading into the All-Star break.
And our temperatures are going to be going up as we head toward the afternoon. We'll break down what we can expect for your weekend forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
9:01 on this Friday morning, July 7th. I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen's off today.
That's right. Taylor Stewart in for her. And let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at what we have been seeing all week, a muggy week.
Yeah, exactly. National Dive Bar Day. We talked about this earlier.
Okay.
Your favorite dive bar. There's a lot of great ones around. Good to kind of hang out.
You said something
And
about
father and daughter
nachos in a
walk.
can. Wasn't that what he said?
Oh, I was thinking father and daughter walk day.
It is.
Yeah.
Take your daughter to walk day. Yeah, with the father and daughter. But yeah, nachos in a can at the landing strip. Really good. nachos in a can. Just telling you. Our downtown Baltimore camera right now looking good. We've got Oriole Park at Camden Yards, M&T Bank Stadium right now. Overall, quiet at this time. Back next week. The O's will be here next Friday night against the Marlins. So a mild Friday morning, a few afternoon storms for today. We are tracking some more rain for the weekend, so maybe duck into your favorite watering hole if we see some of those showers and thunderstorms develop later today. On your out and about cast, mid to upper 80s for the next few hours. We'll be close to 90 by about 1 p.m. So we're going to continue to heat up, and we'll keep that heat and humidity. 3 T's today, tonight, tomorrow. 91, 76, 90. Notice that chance for a couple of pop-up storms as we head into your Saturday as well. Much greater chance for storms into Sunday, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Happening right now, Metro subway link is experiencing a system-wide service shutdown. It's due to a fire. Now, according to Baltimore County Fire Department, a bus bridge will be in place to help people get to their destinations. We're live here on the scene as we speak with the fire department and learn more about what happens. We'll keep you updated here on air.
Smoke coming from an electrical room, significant amounts of smoke. They immediately called for our hazmat crews and additional assistance. Since then, we found that it's an electrical related fire affecting the entire system-wide Metro subway link system. MDOT is here, Maryland Department of Transportation, as well as BGE, assisting with shutting down the power. We are fortunate to report this incident has no injuries reported.
All right, electrical fire, no injuries to report. The road expected to open in about 30 minutes or so. Stay with Fox 45 News as we continue to learn more about the cause.
Do you still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Turning now to a city in crisis, Fox 45 News demanding answers about the police response to Sunday's mass shooting where 2 died and injured 28 others.
We're told police found out about this block party just hours before the shooting even happened.
Safe Street workers were there at that block party, but left before the shootings and did not tell police.
Olivia Dance is live now with more details on the Safe Streets response and how city leaders are responding to the organization. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, next week, City Council is holding a hearing to try and get answers about why there was so little communication between police and the Safe Streets workers responding to the Brooklyn Day block party. Meanwhile, Mayor Scott is refusing to back down from his support of the Safe Streets program.
Do you still believe that Safe Streets is effective?
We know Safe Streets is effective, right?
After this, how can you say that?
Well, I could say many things after this. When you have an event like this, right, we don't say that the U.S. military is ineffective because 9/11 happens. So when you say, you know, somebody decides to go and blow up a building, and then we say, well, we must get rid of all of our federal intelligence agencies because this happened. That's just an idiotic way of thinking.
Now, Councilman Conway wants city agencies to explain what went terribly wrong on Sunday when the Brooklyn Day block party turned into a mass shooting. We're told policies are now under review after 4 Safe Streets workers broke up several conflicts during the block party. Councilman Conway says Safe Streets workers need to maintain their credibility in the community, and that can be a challenge if they're working with police.
That said, in an instance where we know that there are multiple guns at a 1,000-person event, it sort of begs the question, what can they do that reduces the risk to that event, you know, and doesn't put them in the line of ruining their credibility? There are ways that we could have explored.
Now, Councilman Conway says he originally wanted the hearing to be this week, but he also says he wants to make sure that police are focused on finding the suspects responsible for the mass shooting. And of course, if you have any information, you're asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. In the meantime, Monzi just announcing $5.1 million in federal COVID relief money going to Catholic charities to run Safe Streets, the same nonprofit running the Brooklyn Safe Streets site. That contract is good for 2 years. Last week, the same organization receiving $3.9 million to run the Cherry Hill and Penn North Safe Street sites. $12 million was awarded to LifeBridge's Center for Hope to run those other locations. Fox 45 News, Mackenzie Frost pressing Councilman Conway on the funding.
Is it appropriate to be handing out this much money to an organization that doesn't clearly have their organization in place?
I think that's an excellent question. I think I'd have to really begin to dig more into the full scale of what's going on with Safe Streets to answer that question more knowledgeably. They're not going to get everything right. I don't expect that, but I certainly expect them to be introspective and be changing and improving every time we realize that there's something to improve upon.
And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Safe Streets is an effective tool in curbing crime in Baltimore? So far, 97% of voters say no. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Now, Bates is behind the newly launched Citation docket. It's an initiative to address quality of life offenses here in Baltimore. The first round of arraignments set for just 10 days from now. Specifically, this morning, we asked if special sessions need to be called in Annapolis.
I would love to see a special session to deal with some of these issues. However, I think the legislature, they decide, make the laws, I enforce them. But what I will tell you is we need to do something fast, quick, in a hurry. Juveniles understand that nothing will happen to them. If a juvenile has an illegal handgun, the longest that they can be on probation is 6 months. 6 months. What services can we give a kid in 6 months? A judge may extend it 6 months, so maybe a year. That's not long enough for a young person carrying a legal handgun, and that scares me.
To see this full interview, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
WildHub survey at the end of May ranking Baltimore among the 10 worst cities in America to raise a family. Now, last Sunday's mass shooting highlighting some of those safety concerns. Survey evaluated 182 cities, with Baltimore ranking at 175 because of the poor scores in health, safety, education, and family activities. Now we're taking a look at the role politics may play in those results. Baltimore City has been led by Democrats for decades. Some critics that we spoke with say that this could bring potential perils.
I can tell you it works both ways, whether it's a Republican or Democrat in office. When you have too many of one party, and particularly in a city like Baltimore, where it is solely controlled by Democrats, you have a situation where you don't have to be accountable to the public, to your constituents, to anybody really, because you can do whatever you want politically, and that's not a good place for constituents.
Well, does a particular political party really matter when it comes to the overall success or failure of a city?
I think that when it comes to which party is best as far as managing a city, it all depends on the makeup of the population in the area, because you have to get policies through. You could have a Republican mayor of Baltimore tomorrow, but you'll have a city council that'll fight them tooth and nail.
Now, Democrats have a supermajority at the state level. After November's election, political analyst John Deedy told FOX45 that Maryland Republicans would face some uphill battles when it comes to getting legislation passed.
Republicans are going to have to pick the right spots for the right things. And, they can go after some of the fiscal issues, but when Democrats argue there's going to be a lot of money there, they're going to have to basically pick certain areas where they think they can get not as much a win, but to get the policy tweaked enough to improve it, to show, look, there may be a one party in Annapolis, but we are here to critique and make suggestions and make these ideas better when we know we can't stop them.
Well, we saw some of this legislation this past session die in the water once again. Republican lawmakers were not able to pass a number of crime bills. That includes the Violent Firearms Offender Act. It would create tougher penalties for violent repeat offenders. Now, no bail for repeat offenders, similar, but no bail. And then the bill that would make gun theft a felony. That also made...
Well, developing now, warped metal, just melted plastic. It's all that's left of a playground fire in South Baltimore along in Cardiff Avenue. Look at the scene there on the left here. This is a video from the Citizen app. Wednesday night shows the playground just up in flames. It's the third playground, though, to be caught in fire in recent weeks.
Today marks 1 year since Tim Reynolds' shooting death at the Inner Harbor. The Squeegee responds in the aftermath to the shooting and why some say it should have happened sooner.
Plus, things are heating up into the investigations regarding the Biden family business deals. After the break, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the latest developments behind the case. Now, I want to take you out to our Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the region here as the roads are fine. The only issue, Metro Subway shut down in Owings Mills, and that system-wide shutdown. We'll get some more information coming up. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Now to the latest developments regarding the investigations into the Biden family business deals.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill. Now, Kayla, David Weiss, Delaware's federal prosecutor who investigated Hunter Biden on tax charges, missed a deadline imposed by Congress. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Taylor, David Weiss was asked to hand over his Justice Department communications to the House Judiciary Committee by yesterday at the latest. He did not. The lawmakers want to know about whistleblower allegations. The probe was that whistleblower allegations that the probe was slow walked by the Justice Department, and also whether the IRS whistleblowers faced retaliation for raising their concerns. Also, a witness that the House Oversight Committee has wanted to speak to but nobody could find has now resurfaced. This is Israeli professor named Gal Luft. He's a former senior advisor to a Chinese energy company, CEFC. Luft telling the New York Post the Chinese company made an agreement soon after Joe Biden concluded his time as vice president. And this agreement was to pay Hunter Biden in exchange for their FBI connections and to use the Biden family name to promote Chinese initiatives around the world. The White House has referred all questions about this matter to the Justice Department.
Kayla, now going overseas, Sweden trying to join NATO by facing roadblocks. The leader of NATO wanted this finalized by early next week. What's the holdup?
Well, Tom, Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg had hoped Sweden would be admitted by the time the Allied leaders met in Lithuania on Tuesday. This is looking less and less likely to happen, and that's because the decision to join must be unanimous, and Turkey is holding out. Turkey has accused Sweden of being too lenient towards groups it considers to be terror organizations. This includes Sweden's failure to prevent Koran-burning protests in Sweden. Sweden and Finland both wanted the protection of NATO membership amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. Finland became NATO's 31st member country back in April, Sweden having a little bit more difficult time.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, thank you.
9:17 is the time on this Friday morning, and we need to find out exactly what the weekend's in store. Will we have rain washing out any plans or not?
Exactly. Are we washing our car today? Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
No, not at all. Come on. I've been talking about pop-up storms all day, all morning.
Are they going to pop up early or late?
They're popping up at her house where her car is.
That's what I want to know.
So everyone wants to know from you. Give us your. We'll give you
I have to give a forecast for every single street
house.
and every house.
Single house in Baltimore.
How long
and
you guys?
Beyond.
How long you guys got?
You have 30 seconds left.
The dude in my ear just said 2:30, so that's all I got. If that's 2 hours and 30 minutes, I can probably get some of it done. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's going to be those hit and miss storms, so some get hit with the storms and others miss, right? That's what we're talking about. So I would just probably hold off on that car wash until Monday, when we do have a drier trend setting up for next week, and all of us are going to get a good amount of rain by the time we get into Sunday afternoon. Now, as we take a look at that muggy meter, still feeling a little soupy out there. Current dew point temperature 72 degrees. We always talk about the dew point temp. That's the temperature that the atmosphere needs to get to become fully saturated. When you have temperatures in the 90s for your air temperature and dew points in the 70s, that's when we have that muggy feeling. And the dew point trend here staying in the 70s here, that miserable category through Sunday. But notice the heat index numbers are coming down because our air temperatures are coming down. And then Monday and Tuesday, when you start seeing some 60s and kind of a downward trend, that's the drier air that's going to move in. So it won't be as muggy. It'll be nicer outside to enjoy things and get the car cleaned up by next week. But still got to get through today. Next hour here at Penn Station, we're talking about numbers in the mid 80s and into the lower 90s for 2 and 3 o'clock. Pop-up shower or thunderstorm staying with us for the afternoon into the evening time, even for happy hour, right about 90 in that 5 o'clock hour on your Friday. It should top out about 91, very similar to the numbers we saw yesterday. What is that, Tom? What are we at now? Is that 3 or 4? I think I'm at 4 so far for the.
Oh, you just said it
similar.
again.
I just said it again. Yeah. Oh gosh, a few afternoon storms are going to be possible. 8:36 is that sunset tonight. Here's the hourly future scan. So this is what I was talking about. Not a lot of us are going to see that rain. You'll just see a few of those pop-up storms after about 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour, hit and miss showers and storms. Looking like a better chance of some storms after about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. Right there, you can see some of that moving into the Baltimore region and moving through in the overnight hours. So when these storms hit, could get some heavy rain at times. There's still a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that daytime heating just kind of helps build those clouds up. You see those towering cumulus and cumulonimbus clouds as well. Upper 80s and lower 90s for your high temps across the board today. We'll keep those 80s and 90s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Down the ocean, right about 79 there at Ocean City for today, and keeping the clouds around here and there. Overall, not too bad at the beach. We're looking at upper 70s and lower 80s, but bringing that chance for storms for the beach areas on Sunday as well. And that 7-day forecast, we may have to shift into a weather alert on Sunday as we are tracking some more stronger storms. But notice the temperatures in the mid 80s and then upper 80s on Monday before, as I mentioned, we're drier even though we're warmer next week.
All right, thank you, Justin. Look at this great shot right here, the bridge. If you're heading to the Eastern Shore this weekend, you could see some delays along the Bay Bridge. Eastbound span, though, closed tomorrow night at 11 o'clock until 7 in the morning. MDTA, or Maryland Transit Authority, is conducting routine maintenance work.
Well, take a look at this. A portrait of the late U.S. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall joins Baltimore City Hall. The portrait is found at the Rotunda and will remain there until June of next year. Justice Marshall was born in West Baltimore, served on the nation's highest court from 1967 to 1991. He was the first black member of the U.S. Supreme Court.
Legendary rock band, the Eagles, are taking it to the limit one more time.
Well,
Still ahead, where you can
that.
go and see some of the best musicians on their farewell tour.
And we're with Urban Pirates this morning aboard the Relentless. We'll tell you about all the special activities that happen right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Hey, matey.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Today marks 1 year since a Squeegee kid shot and killed a driver right here at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. Coming up next, we're taking a closer look at the concerns that still remain about Squeegee kids.
Well, Baltimore's youth summer curfew in effect, but are there enough police officers to enforce it? Why some critics say it might be time for a complete overhaul.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
All right, a little mild, a little muggy, a little sweaty, but you can expect some temperatures to get warmer throughout the day.
We're also tracking a few pop-up storms that could impact our region this afternoon.
Good morning to you. It is Friday, July 7th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, just hot and muggy, and meteorologist Justin Chambers is talking about the forecast probably tomorrow, too.
Yeah, same thing, guys, today and tomorrow. And then as we end to Sunday, we'll see some more widespread showers and storms where more of us will be in line to get some of that wet weather. As we look out over the stadiums right now, nice and dry there, quiet. We'll be back at Camden Yards next Friday as the O's will be back in town after the All-Star break. Our jogging cast, yeah, it's already warm. We're talking mid-80s here next couple of hours, so you're already getting your sweat on. And the next 3 days, we'll see those numbers in the lower 90s for today and tomorrow. More of those storms on Sunday, and our temps come down to only mid-80s for our highs. So that will be the beginning of some little bit of relief that we can take a look at into early next week. That includes some drier air as well. We'll take a closer look at that 7-day and 10-day forecast, all coming up in a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your lens solar traffic network here, and this is the Bay Bridge going eastbound there. No issues to report across the bridge as traffic seems to be moving fine everywhere. The main issue this morning has been Metro Subway, though, and there is a fire underneath there closing all Metro Subway. Here's a live look right here from the Owings Mill Station. That's where the fire started in the electrical department. Photojournalist Graham is out there. He's been speaking with some of the officials. We're waiting on a media conference that will happen here in a little bit. We'll get some more information on what exactly happened and when that will reopen.
They failed everyone. They failed us.
They didn't come up with a Squeegee collaborative to change policy about Squeegee kids until someone actually got killed.
Yeah, today frustration continues 1 year after a Squeegee kid shot and killed driver Timothy Reynolds right at a downtown intersection in Baltimore. The suspect now preparing to stand trial.
Since then, the city has implemented its Squeegee collaborative plan at major intersections throughout the city, but there's still lingering questions over why something wasn't done sooner.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning now with a look into what some are calling a reactive approach to a crime rather than a proactive approach. Olivia?
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, drivers have complained to city leaders for years about the concerns with Squeegee kids. And as you mentioned, today marks 1 year since Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed by a Squeegee kid right here at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. Now, this at 12:30 this afternoon, Reynolds' family and their attorney Through Vignaraja are gathering near this intersection to pay tribute to his memory. It took a crisis before the city actually took some action. City Hall created a Squeegee collaborative, which recommended solutions that were adopted earlier this year and banned Squeegee kids from high traffic intersections. And while these Squeegee numbers may have dwindled, the hustle is still on, as video from this week shows Squeegee kids in the no Squeegee zones. Motorists have complained for years about the Squeegee kids demanding money. There have been shattered windows, drivers attacked, and demands that City Hall take action. Critics also accuse City Hall of being slow to address other acts of juvenile violence. It wasn't until 2 teenagers were shot at the Inner Harbor this spring that the mayor demanded enforcement of the city's youth curfew. Retired Towson professor Richard Vatz says he's surprised by how long it's taken the city to enact these new policies.
And until there's a crisis, politicians don't feel the need to act. And when you have a city in which one party so dominates, that is typical, because there doesn't appear to be any threat to their holding office as long as they eventually act.
And the 15-year-old Squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing Reynolds is set to stand trial on July 17th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. As a way to limit youth crime, Baltimore leaders touted the summer curfew plan. But now, 6 weeks in, and we're learning the city is scaling way back on its enforcement. Critics say it might be time for a complete overhaul.
There needs to be a real practical assessment about what young people in Baltimore City need, the direction that they need. And if there are those missing parents or those missing guardians, then figuring out where the juvenile system is failing, where we can help, where the school system can help, but also keeping in mind that, you know, the mayor is in charge of keeping the public peace.
We know one of the city's 2 connection centers closed for good. The second center has basically been drastically cutting its hours. It's closing now at 11 each night. In fact, just this past Friday night, which is the curfew start time for teens ages 14 to 16.
Now, do you think drones could help BPD when it comes to crime? The department wants to hear from you. The public comment period on BPD's proposal to use drones to investigate crime scenes, aid in active shooter calls, and barricade in hostage situations, it's just open. The Department of Justice and Federal Consent Decree monitoring team is now going to help outline this policy. To share your feedback with BPD, all you have to do is fill out this form online. You can input your information there. It's on our website. The link to it at foxbaltimore.com.
Now, in the midst of the ongoing violence in Sunday's mass shooting, Maryland Senate Minority Leader Senator Steve Hershey says Marylanders want to see action instead of more condolences.
The immediate thoughts and prayers and the condolences and the, heartfelt expressions that come out from our elected leaders, but nothing that comes out that says we are going to do something about this immediately.
Senator Hershey pointing to 2 pieces of legislation that could make an impact now. Repeat Violent Offenders Act, which would put repeat criminals behind bars, only passed the Senate twice and then died in committee the 2 other times. And a bill that would make possession of a stolen firearm a felony in Maryland. Hershey says that never made it out of committee 4 years in a row.
There should be outrage from the community against their elected officials on why these types of bills are not moving forward. But the fact that we can't even get these bills a vote in the Judicial Proceedings Committee is telling us that people don't want to fix these problems. The governor very easily can say, I want to see these 2 pieces of legislation on my desk. He's got that type of power in the state of Maryland when he's got control of both the House and the Senate to be able to make that kind of statement. And that's what I'm looking forward to hearing from the governor.
Fox 45 News sent questions to Senate President Bill Ferguson if he supports a special session to address gun violence and what legislation he believes needs to be passed. We have yet to hear back.
On Tuesday, we asked if you think Governor Wes Moore should call a special session to combat violent crime. 93% of people who responded voted yes.
Taking you live to the Live Center right now. Latest jobs report numbers have just dropped. U.S. employers adding 209,000 jobs in June, according to the U.S. Labor Department. Unemployment rate is 3.6% compared to 3.7% in May. Economists originally predicting U.S. employers would add 240,000 jobs in June, which is down from May's gain of 339,000. U.S. slowed hiring, but still, though, we are seeing the economy and those 2,009 jobs in June, which is a sign of a durable labor economy here. And that is the issue this morning, despite the rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. In the first 5 months of the year, the U.S. has added nearly 1.6 million jobs. As of the end of May, there are around 8.9 million open positions across our country. What does this mean for our economy? Yesterday's job news sent jitters through Wall Street yesterday. The Dow fell more than 366 points, losing more than 1%. This morning, you see it starting out this morning right after 9:30 bell, and it's already dropping just a quarter of a point. That's the latest from our Live Center. The man found guilty of shooting and killing a Wacomico deputy has his verdict. How his days in court went down and what he's now facing.
Plus a muggy, sticky Friday with some sunshine, but that could change. Our weather authority team is tracking your next chance of rain and how it'll impact those weekend plans. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:44, we think of pets as being man's best friend, right? Especially the dogs, but who says they can't help one of their own? Joining me this morning to share more about a life-saving story, Katie Haynes from the Maryland SPCA. And thank you, Katie, for coming in and bringing
good morning.
Blue Star here. Yes.
Yeah, so this is Smokey Star. She's got a really interesting story. So we had a dog come in last week who was emaciated, this little toy poodle who we discovered was anemic. So Smokey Star was actually able to donate blood and save this dog's life. So she's somewhat of a canine hero here in Baltimore. So we're very proud of that. It doesn't happen often, so.
A picture of the dog that she saved right there on the screen. Yeah. So,
Yep.
I mean, it's amazing how much that animals interact with each other. She is up for adoption, though, this little hero
is.
dog, without her even
Smokey's
really having
available.
much say in it, but you did help save another pet there. She can go home today starting at 1 o'clock?
Yep, that's right. So she's about 5 years old, 81 pounds, big couch potato, definitely looking for somewhere to sit in the AC. She is ready for her home. So definitely stop by the shelter and meet her. We've got a lot of other adoptable animals. And now through the end of July, we are waiving all adoption fees through a partnership with Fiscal. It's all adult dogs and cats.
Adult dogs.
Yeah.
And she is one, Smokey, you are one that is like one of those dogs that seems very friendly. Would be better, you said, with older kids in the house. But
that's right.
It's one of those where somebody comes up to your door and they just see her, you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to think twice about doing anything. You know, she's a very intimidating look, but yeah.
She sure is a big baby. We're recommending older kids, no small kids, just because of her size and unpredictable movements of small children. So,
well, I mean, the size of her paws are like a small child. She's a big girl,
She
right?
is a big girl.
Big mitts right there on
Some
her.
of our,
yeah, what a great dog. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Katie, always great to have you come in here, and thank you for telling us the story here also about Smokey.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, caught on camera. Here's an example of an officer going above and beyond the line of duty. Check this out. It's officer body camera footage from Surgeon Bay, Wisconsin. Just before sunrise, June 25th, he noticed black smoke and flames coming from a farm, so he just ran down there to check it out. This is what he saw. That fire coming from a barn where some cows were trapped. The flames quickly moved in. He moved in but quicker, unchained those cows, and freed them. Thankfully, they all made it out safely. Wow. All right, we got to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast this weekend, because if those showers come in, you could ruin some afternoon plans, huh?
Yeah. And that's why you got to watch the skies.
That's why. We trust on you. We
got to have that app, too. You got to have that mobile app.
That
so that
too.
way you get those little push alerts and like, oh, there's a storm moving in. Okay, cool. You know, so that way you know exactly what's going on. See, Tom's taking out his phone right now. He's checking the app. So looking at our Towson cam right now, lots of sunshine that's out there. Muggy conditions continue. Good day to hang by the pool. Just know after about 2, 3 o'clock is when some of those pop-up thunderstorms could impact your plans. Some will get storms, some will not. That UV index in the very high category for all of us. So you got to make sure to have plenty of sunblock on. On your sprinkler cast, staying mainly dry. That's how sprinklers sound, right? Staying mainly dry. I hope you got the sprinklers on this morning or watered stuff this morning, because now you don't want to do it. It's already too warm, and that water's just going to evaporate quickly. If you do want to get the grass cut today and tomorrow, you're good. Notice a red light on Sunday. More rain for all of us on Sunday afternoon, which is why you want to get yard work done before that happens. So here's a look at our hourly future scan, taking you through the later part of the afternoon. Notice there's not a lot of green blobs on here, just the potential for a couple of those pop-up storms into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. And then later this afternoon into the evening time, you can see this 9, 10 o'clock on one of our models showing us a better chance of a few more of those showers and storms. So it could be as you're trying to go to sleep on your Friday night. Upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. These are your high temperatures this time of year that we typically see. And in fact, 89 is the highest average we have for the entire year. Lower 90s for Baltimore and D.C. Only the upper 70s down the ocean there at Ocean City, but 92 in Richmond for this afternoon. Checking that 7-day forecast, 2 more days in the 90s, then mid to upper 80s both Sunday and Monday. Again, widespread showers, storms on Sunday afternoon. May have to be weather alert for that day. Notice, though, we're drier Tuesday and Wednesday. Even Monday is looking drier, so we're not talking about that chance for storms each afternoon. And we will have less humidity. That's the big thing.
Thank you, Justin. All right, sounds like baseball weather topping your Orioles news this morning. We have an update as we take you to Canada Yards that you see right here, New York, where they were playing last night. There was a cameraman that was hit in his face by a stray throw in Yankee Stadium Wednesday night. It's now home resting. Here's a throw right here coming from Gunnar Henderson, overshooting the first baseman. And watch the ball here. It hits Pete Stendel right in his face. He was working the camera, so he's not paying attention where the ball went, and he now has a broken eye socket. He was passed out for a little while during that game. The incident unfolding with Stendel was that right there, working the camera at the Yankees, right next to the Yankees dugout, in the press dugout where you're supposed to be at the first base side. When Orioles rookie Gunnar Henderson seen there, he was apologized multiple times to the Yes Network and their photographer. You got a thumbs up right here as they're, there he is. He's waving. He's okay right there. He's headed to the hospital. Now he's back home. The game was delayed 17 minutes as they were evaluating that cameraman, though. So Gunnar just missed one missed throw and then has apologized many times for that mistake.
And with the draft,
we want to see your pictures when you're out at the ballpark. If you're in the Bronx last night, we want to see pictures of the Yankees fans just dismayed here, or when Coach Brandon High got kicked out. Scan the QR code on the screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures, videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Topping your entertainment news this morning, Swifties, they are waking up enchanted this morning as Taylor Swift releases Speak Now, Taylor's version. The album was originally released in 2010. It was her third studio album at the time, but as she has done with Fearless and Red, she has re-recorded it and added some new songs. Re-release includes all the original songs from Speak Now, plus 6 new unreleased albums or singles in there. One of the new songs features the band Fall Out Boy. Another has singer Hayley Williams from Paramore. Swift also changed some of the lyrics in Better Than Revenge.
Oh, and you can bet there's a whole bunch of Swifties reaction coming in on social media. I can sum all of this up just with 2 tweets, right? This is when Swifties found out. I'm on the verge of a breakdown. All right. And then this is what they did next. They texted all their friends. Taylor is amazing. I relate to both. I can't breathe. I mean, some of these aren't even words. So obviously, folks, really excited for that Speak Now Taylor Swift version.
Well, the legendary band, the Eagles, have announced their final tour titled The Long Goodbye, set to kick off in New York in September. Hotel California music makers say they know how fortunate they are, and they are truly grateful. The tour will initially have 13 stops set to culminate in St. Paul, Minnesota in November. Now, however, in a statement, the Eagles member Don Henley, Joe Walsh, Timothy Schmidt, and Deacon Fry will all perform as many shows in each market as their audience demands. So here you go. They could add on a whole lot more. Tickets go on sale July 14th.
And those tickets may go hot, 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 just like this afternoon. I had to get something in here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking our next chance of rain and if it'll impact your weekend plans. That's his exclusive 10-day forecast just ahead.